A Taudai tattoo that inexplicably appeared on my back led me to devour my parents' tens of millions in inheritance within 3 years. Eventually, I lay starving in a gutter, waiting to reunite with them. Just as my consciousness blurred, a reminder of the impending national fate game echoed in my mind. I thought it was a hallucination before death, but the next second, I was teleported to a desert. Dumbfounded, I quickly ate a mouthful of sand to calm myself down, unexpectedly awakening the devour evolution system. As long as I devour all things, I can gain various abilities. And at this moment, I was staring blankly at the desert before me, recalling the information that had just appeared in my mind. Out of 5 billion people globally, 200 joined the game, and I, a weakling, was chosen. It's hard enough to even move, so how can I win? Is Dragon Country really going to be defeated because of me? Should I just eat some sand and commit suicide, so Dragon Country can have someone else complete the game? No sooner said than done. Thinking this, I painstakingly scooped up a handful of sand and put it in my mouth. Ding, devoured sand, physique plus 0.1, purification points plus 0. The devour purification system is successfully bound. By devouring all things, you can gain purification points. Purification points can be used to purify bloodline tattoos. Currently possessing bloodline tattoo, Taudai Ice. More bloodline tattoos can be unlocked in the store. This sent me into another frenzy of joy. Holy cow, it's a system that devours everything? Taudai bloodline tattoo, no wonder I became so gluttonous before. My desperate heart instantly ignited with fervor, and I continuously scooped up large mouthfuls of sand, while the prompt physique plus 0.1 kept ringing in my ears. Meanwhile, the audience in Dragon Country's livestream was instantly dumbfounded. The more they looked at this skinny guy, the more they felt he was a bit silly. It was the first time they'd seen someone eat sand. Was he starving? Wouldn't he get sick? If he got sick in the desert, he'd be finished. People from other countries started to mock him. Ha ha ha, is Dragon Country's player a monkey? This is hilarious. A monkey in the desert would starve to death in less than a day, and he's still eating sand. Dragon Country is sure to get the last place. And Dragon Country's audience, seeing these comments, didn't even have the courage to refute. After all, the chosen players from other countries were at least athletes, while Dragon Country's player was just such a scrawny person. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement: the first Forbidden Land is the Desert Forbidden Land. The mission requires surviving in the Desert Forbidden Land for 7 days. After 7 days, players will be ranked based on their national fortune, and countries will receive corresponding rewards and punishments. Death penalty: for each player death, the lifespan of everyone in the corresponding country will be reduced by 1 year. You are also startled awake by this announcement, and then check the rewards you've devoured, only to find that the rewards are getting lower and lower, with your physique ultimately only increasing by 0.001. Fortunately, you also gained a passive skill, Heat Resistance LV1, which allows you to survive better in the hot desert. You then decide to leave this place and seek opportunities. However, just as you were about to get up, the recent announcement sounded again. Announcement: Ala Country player died. Ala Country's national lifespan reduced by 1 year, national fortune reduced by 10. Announcement: Dinghua Country player died. Dinghua Country's national lifespan reduced by 1 year, national fortune reduced by 10. The sudden deaths immediately shocked everyone. These deaths came a little too quickly, didn't they? So, everyone began to enter the live streams of these two people to check for information. They saw several fist-sized yellow ants on their bodies, eating their corpses. Seeing this scene, the audience gasped, "This is too terrifying. It's my first time seeing such large ants. Anyone who encounters them will die. I hope our country's player doesn't encounter these desert ants." And in the Dragon Country livestream, someone immediately exclaimed, "Look, what's behind you, phone? Are those desert ants? Holy cow, they really are desert ants. How can our Dragon Country be so unlucky to encounter desert ants right at the start? Ye foam, run!" However, at this moment, I was moving forward and didn't notice the desert ants at all. The people outside could only watch the live stream and had no way to warn their country's player, only watching helplessly as a desert ant bit down. I'm finished, completely finished. My lifespan isn't long to begin with, I can't afford this kind of waste. This Yifeng is too foolish, he doesn't even know to turn his head and look. But what happened next instantly stunned these viewers. After being bitten, I directly turned around, lifted and lowered my foot to step on a desert ant, and then immediately put this desert ant into my mouth. Devoured the desert ant, strength +1, physique +2, speed +3, evolution points +1, score +1, acquired passive skill anti-poison LV1. Just as the people of Dragon Country were still bewildered, an announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: the first wild monster kill by a Dragon Country contestant, rewarding Dragon Country with an additional 1 year of national lifespan and 10 points of national fortune. Upon hearing this announcement, all the people of Dragon Country instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap, Yifeng actually killed the wild monster first. From now on, I'm Yifeng's loyal fan, and no one can say anything bad about him. Did that really increase our lifespan by a year? I can't believe even a skinny guy can be so amazing. It seems some foreign friends were just mocking our contestant. I can't tolerate that. I'm going to their live streams to scold them back. People from other countries naturally saw this announcement too. Baka, how did Dragon Country get the first kill? My Sakura Country's contestant absolutely cannot lose to Dragon Country. Is this the Dragon Country contestant? This is a bit too abnormal, eating desert ants like snacks. Isn't he looking for death? A single bite from a desert ant can incapacitate a human, so why is Yifeng completely unaffected? Is he cheating? Inside the national fortune game, eating one desert ant didn't satisfy me. By this point, several desert ants had already appeared on my thigh, biting frantically, yet I remained completely unaffected. I quickly grabbed a desert ant with my hand and ate it raw. Devoured the desert ant, strength +1, physique +2, speed +3, evolution points +1, score +1, obtained an F-rank treasure chest. Devoured the desert ant, strength +1, physique +2, speed +3, evolution points +1, score +1, obtained an F-rank memory fragment. Soon, I had eaten all 20 desert ants, and even felt a bit unsatisfied. This act of devouring not only yielded 2 new items, but what made me even happier was that I could finally activate the Taotai bloodline. Subsequently, I allocated all my evolution points to the Taotai bloodline. Host's first awakening, the Taotai bloodline will cause significant pain, please bear with it. Get lost, I sneered in my heart, how painful can it be? Bring it on. Ah, it hurts so much. The next second, I was rolling on the ground in pain. Upon seeing this scene, all the viewers in the live stream turned pale. What's going on? Has Yifeng been poisoned? Does that even need to be said? Eating so many desert ants in one go, it would be a miracle if he wasn't poisoned. Our Dragon Country contestant won't actually eat himself to death, will he? In the foreign livestream, the famous wilderness survival expert Bear Grylls, upon seeing the situation in Dragon Country, immediately said, "This Dragon Country contestant is quite brave, but he doesn't know much about wilderness survival. This thing absolutely cannot be eaten indiscriminately. I'm afraid in less than 1 minute, the Dragon Country contestant will be poisoned to death." Sure enough, in just under 1 minute, my body lay motionless there. Foreign viewers, seeing this, became excited, exclaiming, "Holy cow, Bear Grylls is awesome. He's prescient. The Dragon Country contestant is actually someone with no common sense. Any normal person would know not to eat things indiscriminately." Just as the foreigners were sneering and ridiculing, they were then flabbergasted by what they saw next. I slowly sat up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your gluttonous bloodline has awakened, and you have successfully gained the power of the glutton. You can devour anything rated SSS, and you have acquired the exclusive skill Void Ripclaw LV1. Looking at the changes in my body, I couldn't help but feel a longing for the national fortune game. Anything here can be eaten. I then wasted no more time and walked towards the F-grade treasure chest. Holy cow, is that a zombie? The allure of the treasure chest, even if he's dead, he still wants to open it? What do you think will come out of an F-grade treasure chest? Maybe food, or water resources. Just as the Dragon Country viewers were enthusiastically discussing the treasure chest, I saw myself take a bite out of the F-grade treasure chest. Bang! With the sound of impact, a tooth mark was left on the F-grade treasure chest. Some foreign viewers, seeing this scene, started to laugh heartily. That's hilarious. Just now, this Yifeng killed desert ants, and I thought he was so powerful, but now it seems Yifeng has a problem with his brain. He hasn't turned into a zombie, has he? As for me, looking at a system prompt that appeared before my eyes, I finally gave up the idea of immediately devouring the treasure chest. Ding! Host reminder: the treasure chest is protected by mysterious laws before it is opened and cannot be destroyed. Please open the treasure chest before devouring it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This treasure chest almost knocked my teeth out. Then I reached out and opened the S-grade treasure chest, obtaining the S-grade weapon Desert Eagle, with 100 rounds of ammunition. Dragon Country contestant opens the first treasure chest, increasing the lifespan of all people in Dragon Country by 1 year and national fortune by 10. When the announcement appeared in all the live streams, foreigners started cursing. How is this possible? Wasn't the Dragon Country contestant just shaking the treasure chest? He actually got so many rewards, a whole year of life. I'm a Dragon Country person, but my nationality is Beautiful Country, so I don't get an increased lifespan. Meanwhile, the people of Dragon Country were celebrating nationwide, with many even saying that their family owned a supermarket and they would make sure Yifeng ate his fill when he came out. Meanwhile, I was toying with the Desert Eagle in my hand. I used to yearn for weapons like handguns. If I had gotten a handgun before, I might have been ecstatic. But now it was different. I unhesitatingly took a bite out of the Desert Eagle, then swallowed it. Consumed F-grade Desert Eagle, Strength +3, Constitution +3, Evolution points +2, obtained passive skill Red Skin Iron Bone LV1. I actually gained another skill. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the F-grade treasure chest. A minute later, a treasure chest was devoured clean by me. Consumed F-grade treasure chest, Strength +2, Constitution +10, Purification points +5, obtained portable space LV1, Bronze Skin Iron Bone LV1 LV2. Seeing the portable space, my eyes lit up. This was a good item and would be very convenient for carrying things in the future. Then, I took out the memory fragment dropped by the desert ant to examine it. Soon, through the desert ant's memory, I learned that there was a water hole nearby. In the desert, water resources are the most important, otherwise, no matter how strong one is, they would die of thirst. So I walked towards that water hole, as the sand in desert ants didn't taste very good, and I needed a change of palate. And wherever there's water in the desert, there are bound to be plenty of wild beasts, so my food and water would both be taken care of. As long as I ate desperately, I could make Dragon Country rank first. 10 odd minutes later, I had already walked most of the way. Suddenly, a gunshot caught my attention. I quickly rolled over a sand dune, and then I saw a shocking scene. A large golden insect, a full meter in diameter, was chasing a person holding a Tommy gun. This person was the player from the Bear Country. His face was full of fear, retreating while frantically firing his Tommy gun at the golden insect. However, these bullets struck the golden insect but did not cause much damage. After running out of bullets, the Bear Country player was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Soon, the golden insect came before the Bear Country player and sent him to meet his maker with one bite. Announcement: Bear Country player has died. Bear Country's national lifespan is reduced by 1 year, national fortune is reduced by 10. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Could it be that this level 1 golden beetle's defense is already so powerful? Not even bullets could penetrate its body. The Bear Country player's psychological quality is too poor, getting scared and collapsing to the ground. How embarrassing. Holy cow, why is our Dragon Country's Yifeng still watching? Run! If the golden beetle discovers you, you're finished. However, seeing Yifeng lying there motionless, everyone also breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as this golden beetle leaves, and Yifeng continues forward, there shouldn't be any big problems. At this moment, I was contemplating how to defeat this golden beetle. Once I had finished thinking, I allocated all my remaining evolution points to the gluttonous beast bloodline. When I saw my strength had already reached 40 points, I couldn't help but gasp. My strength was now 5 times higher than when I first entered, and with the exclusive skill Rending Claw, one strike would probably shatter even an iron brick. What was there to be afraid of? I directly leaped from the sand dune and charged towards the golden beetle. At this time, the golden beetle was tearing at the corpse of the polar bear nation contestant. Seeing me suddenly appear, it immediately abandoned its food and ran towards me. When the Dragon Nation audience saw this scene, the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. It's all over, completely over. Why is Yifeng so reckless? Although your mouth is powerful, your body isn't up to it. Bullets couldn't kill the golden beetle. Yifeng, run, don't fight it. I couldn't see the comments from these people. Soon, I arrived beside the golden beetle. At this moment, an invisible claw materialized in my right hand, carrying an immense aura, and I slammed it onto the golden beetle's body. With a bang, a huge bloody hole appeared directly in the golden beetle's body, and it died instantly. Then, without any hesitation, I immediately became wet on the spot. All the viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded, and then it erupted into a frenzy. I admit I underestimated Yifeng. Is this the legendary body cultivation king? Bullets couldn't penetrate the golden beetle's shell, but Yifeng killed it with one claw. I declare that from this moment on, the Forbidden Land will belong to our Dragon Nation. The people of the Polar Bear Nation did not look pleased seeing this scene. Your Dragon Nation contestant went too far. How could he just stand by and watch without helping? Why did Yifeng only come out after our Polar Bear Nation contestant died? We strongly condemn the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation must compensate our Polar Bear Nation for the loss of life. When Dragon Kingdom viewers saw someone talking about Yifeng, they weren't happy. If your national player is so weak, just shut up. Yifeng killed the golden beetle, which counts as revenge for you all. Devouring the golden beetle, strength +5, speed +2, constitution +10, red skin iron bones LV2 upgraded to adamantine body LV1. It took me a full 5 minutes, and I ate the entire corpse of the golden beetle. Then I looked at the submachine gun over there. Without any hesitation, I started eating directly. Yifeng is as fond of eating as ever. The way he eats is truly too cute. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beautiful country contestant was holding an AK and slowly approaching the pool. However, before he could get close, a giant snake swam out of the pool towards him. The beautiful country contestant was also very experienced. Upon seeing the large snake emerge from a distance, he didn't hesitate at all, turning and running. The beautiful country viewers, upon seeing this scene, instantly became enraged. Why are you running? Quickly grab your AK and fight the big snake. The pool is right there. Are 100 pools just going to disappear like this? I already have my buckets ready, and this is what you show me? After running for a while, the beautiful country contestant noticed the large snake hadn't followed, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After some thought, he opened the chat channel and said, I found a pool of water here, but a large snake is blocking it. Is anyone interested in teaming up to kill this snake? We can share the water resources. Really? I'm willing to cooperate. At this point, having just eaten my fill, I decided to continue to the pool for water. After all, you can't just eat and not drink. Soon, I could see the pool from a distance, and at the same time, I saw 7 other contestants from different countries. However, only 3 people were still standing on the shore, the other 4 were already lying on the ground, silent. Meanwhile, the beautiful country contestant also noticed Yifeng's arrival. He wondered, how can there be such a scrawny human in the desert? This can't be a native of the desert, can it? The nearby Sakura country contestant chimed in, it looks like he's from Dragon Kingdom. But he's too skinny, a bit hard to recognize. The universe country contestant scoffed in a low voice, such a scrawny person dares to come get water? Isn't he just looking for death? The beautiful country contestant pondered for a moment and said, this person looks abnormal. If he approaches the water source, he will definitely fight the big snake. While he's distracting the snake, we can seize the opportunity to act and get some more water resources. Otherwise, we won't be able to last much longer with our current water. Meanwhile, the chat in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream was buzzing with excitement. Yifeng, beat that big snake to death for me. I bet he'll finish the fight in 3 moves. You guys think Yifeng won't just start eating right after killing the big snake?
Don't forget to put the national flag in the middle of the pond.
Although everyone had full confidence in Yifeng's strength, they were a bit worried about his mind. After all, some of Yifeng's actions so far had been truly abnormal.
He only has food in his eyes, how can we not worry?
Just as I reached the water's edge, a massive snake, easily 10 meters long, shot out of the water and lunged at me, mouth wide open. Far from dodging, I extended my right hand, allowing the serpent to bite me. The big snake clamped down on my entire arm, seemingly intending to swallow me whole.
Boom!
A collision sound rang out, but my body wasn't crushed by the serpent. Instead, from inside its mouth, I unleashed the rift claw, instantly shattering its head. The snake's body thrashed on the ground a few times before it completely died. However, after killing the big snake, I didn't immediately start. Instead, my gaze turned to the contestants from other countries not far away. I'll chase these 3 away first. So, I slowly walked towards the 3 people.
The remaining 3 national contestants were dumbfounded at this sight. Yifeng instantly killed a level 1 big snake? That speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? This isn't human at all. The contestants from Universe Country and Cherry Blossom Country saw Yifeng approaching them and immediately took off running. The contestant from Beautiful Country also wanted to escape, but he didn't have much stamina left. He then immediately raised his AK and attacked Yifeng. All the bullets hit my body, but I wasn't harmed in the slightest, nor was my speed affected. All the bullets ricocheted off my body. The contestant from Beautiful Country was utterly despairing, left to stand there dumbfounded. At this point, I frowned. Originally, I hadn't planned to kill the Beautiful Country contestant, I just wanted to chase them away so they wouldn't interfere with my meal. But I never expected the Beautiful Country contestant to actively attack me. This was simply unbearable. Since that's the case, they can't blame me for being ruthless. So, I walked up directly and slapped the Beautiful Country contestant to death. Announcement: the Beautiful Country contestant has been killed by the Dragon Country contestant. Beautiful Country's national fortune decreases, Dragon Country's national fortune increases. When this announcement came out, the people of Beautiful Country cursed, "Damn it, how dare you, Dragon Country, kill our people. You Dragon Country people better watch out. The Dragon Country contestant is actually a murderer, this is truly too. But I suggest everyone around here should gather and kill the Dragon Country contestant." But what weapon should they use to kill? No one brought a nuclear bomb, right? At this moment, the people of Dragon Country were all very excited and thrilled, but after the excitement, they couldn't help but worry, do you think Yifeng can swim? After all, most people don't know how to swim now. Damn your jinxing mouth. Don't let that happen. If Yifeng can't swim, then the situation would be a bit too awkward. Everyone nervously watched Yifeng walking back, genuinely worried that such a situation might arise. After I returned, I didn't rush to eat the big snake. Instead, I went to the side of the pond and just lay down to drink. Ding, physique of water consumption plus 0.1, evolution points plus 0, gain skill water proficiency LV1. After hearing that I gained the water proficiency skill, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, as I really couldn't swim. However, I wasn't satisfied with just that and continued to drink water. At this moment, my body was like a bottomless pit, frantically absorbing the water. Soon, several tons of water were drunk into my stomach. Ding, congratulations host, water proficiency upgrade successful, LV1 upgraded to LV2. Afterward, I stopped drinking water. I should put the national flag in the middle of the pond first. If I accidentally drank all the water in the pond, that would be a bit troublesome, as 10 empty ponds wouldn't be of much use. Thinking of this, I directly leaped into the pond and quickly swam to the middle, conjuring a national flag out of thin air and placing it there. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant occupies a pond. 100 ponds will appear within Dragon Country, and national fortune will increase for 3 generations. As the Dragon Country contestant is the first to acquire resources, all sick people in Dragon Country will fully recover. With the appearance of this sound, various changes began to appear within Dragon Country. People suffering from cancer showed extremely happy smiles on their faces, and those who had been bedridden for a long time jumped out of bed, full of life.
This instantly restored the lives of tens of millions of people in Dragon Country. Originally, all these people had been in despair, but now they were all crying tears of joy. And when I saw the reward had arrived, I immediately started opening and closing in the middle of the pond. What I didn't know was that at this time, not far from the pond, a large amount of steel suddenly emerged from a person's body, and soon a person encased in steel appeared. Ha ha ha, I've finally awakened my talent. This time, the Dragon Country contestant is going to die. And when the beautiful country audience saw their contestant awaken a talent, they all became excited. Oh my goodness, did I see that right? Is this the legendary Iron Man? This armor is really too cool. Hurry up and kill the Dragon Country contestant. At this moment, although I was drinking water, I was also paying attention to the content in the chat channel. Currently, 2 national contestants have awakened their talents. The contestant from the beautiful country awakened the ability to transform into Iron Man, and the other awakened the ability to control flames, directly transforming their entire body into a fire human. Both of their combat abilities are extremely fierce. Killing a level 1 beast alone is absolutely no problem. At the same time, I also learned that they are going to team up and come looking for me, which sparked a bit of interest in me. I wonder what Iron Man tastes like, and if I could get Captain Beautiful Country's shield, it would definitely be amazing to eat. And I just need to wait here for the 2 of them to arrive. The Dragon Country audience naturally also knows the situation of the other national contestants. Iron Man wants to team up with the fire human to kill Yifeng. I wonder if Yifeng can beat them. Although I like watching Iron Man, this time I choose to support Yifeng. If Yifeng can beat Iron Man, I'll buy a Yifeng figurine to put at home. Ding, congratulations to the host, water affinity has upgraded, LV2 to LV3 I looked at the more than half of the water remaining. The speed of devouring water is still a bit slow, after all, my mouth is only so big. It would be great if my mouth could swallow an entire pond in one gulp sometime. Half an hour later, I had almost finished drinking the entire pond. At this moment, a robot flew overhead, and on the ground, a person literally whole body covered in flames was running. It was indeed Iron Man and the fire human. They intended to team up and kill Yifeng first. Before Iron Man even arrived, several shells launched from his body flew directly towards the pond. Seeing this situation, the Dragon Country audience all showed worried and anxious expressions on their faces. Yifeng's situation is very dangerous now. Although ordinary firearms cannot cause any harm to his body, we have just seen the power of Iron Man's shells. They can even directly kill a level 1 beast. Plus, there's a fire human. The situation is extremely critical. The beautiful country is dishonorable, actually launching a sneak attack in a fight. Soon, Iron Man's cannonball flew towards me. Just as it was about to hit my body, I reached out my right hand and grabbed it. With a loud bang, I stood there naked. Originally, I had planned to catch the cannonball and eat it, but unexpectedly, it exploded the moment I touched it, leaving a slight tingling sensation in my hand. Although my body held up, my clothes did not. I didn't linger and went directly to the shore. When Iron Man saw that his cannonball had caused no harm to Yifeng, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know that this was Yifeng's awakened talent, making his body so hard. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, he had another teammate, the fireman. Even if his body was hard, he would surely be afraid of fire. If the 2 of them worked together, they could definitely kill Yifeng here today. So, he said to the Fire Nation contestant on the ground, "You go engage him in close combat, and I'll provide ranged support. After we kill the Dragon Nation contestant, we'll split the water in the pond 50-50. However, Iron Man hadn't finished speaking when he was directly shocked by the situation in front of him. What? Where's the water in the pond? A dry pond appeared. When the fireman approached, he also noticed the situation. He looked at Iron Man with some confusion and said, "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" At this moment, Iron Man didn't want to fall out with the fireman. After all, if the fireman left, he couldn't defeat Yifeng alone. So, he said to the fireman, "You saw the photos I posted before. This pond was full of water. There's only one reason why there's no water now. All this water was removed by the Dragon Nation contestant. He must have an item that can store water on him.
We can get these things if we kill him. Alright, I'll trust you one more time.
With that, the fireman rushed towards Yifeng.
At the same time, Iron Man's cannonballs in the sky also flew towards Yifeng.
As I let these cannonballs land on my body, I rushed towards the fireman. Upon approaching Yifeng, the fireman immediately unleashed a large amount of flames to attack him. Seeing this, I just smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for the delicious meal." Immediately after, I opened my mouth wide and began to absorb the flames.
Devoured flames, acquired skill, flame immunity LV1. Soon, these flames were completely eaten by me.
Then I said with a smile, "Not enough, bring some more."
The fireman angrily said, "I see you're looking for death.
In that case, I will fulfill your wish today and let you know what it's like to be burned by fire." Subsequently, a huge fireball condensed in front of the fireman and attacked me. Iron Man wasn't idle either, shooting a laser from the center of his palm towards Yifeng. I wasn't careless and directly used Fisher Palm to attack the laser. After a bang, shattering the laser, I felt a slight tingling sensation in my hand.
It seems Iron Man's laser power is quite good.
I then directly passed through the fireball and approached the fire elemental.
I quickly reached its side. The fire elemental tried to dodge at this point, but it was too late.
Its body had only retreated a few steps when I grabbed it firmly.
Immediately, its body stiffened. Because Yi Feng's hand had actually grabbed that spot on its body.
At this moment, my expression also changed. I seemed to have grabbed something very soft. This fire elemental was actually a woman.
This was a bit awkward.
This contestant from the Fire Nation was covered in flames, so I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Just then, the fire elemental said coldly, "You're pressing too hard."
Hearing this, I awkwardly withdrew my hand and said, "Sorry.
I can let you go, but you can't run away, otherwise I won't let you off." The fire elemental snorted, "Pervert." I ignored the fire elemental and turned my gaze to Iron Man in the sky, saying, "Aren't you tired of flying up there?
Come down quickly."
Iron Man's face changed drastically when he saw the fire elemental subdued so quickly. He then said, "If you've got the guts, come up." I smiled at Iron Man in the sky, "Then you just wait.
Soon I'll strip off that suit of yours. I don't believe your energy is infinite, that you can fly in the sky forever." Hearing me say this, Iron Man's expression faltered.
The energy of his suit was indeed not infinite, he needed time to slowly recover power.
He really couldn't stay in the air indefinitely. He then snorted and said, "Just you wait. Give me a little more time, and I can summon the Mark II suit.
By then, even if your body is made of steel, I'll pierce through it."
Hearing Iron Man say this, my eyes lit up. He could actually summon a Mark II Iron Man suit.
This way, I wouldn't have to worry about food. I then said to him, "Then that's great. It'd be even better if you could summon the Infinity Stones, they should taste pretty good, right?" Iron Man was furious, then you just wait and see." He then accelerated his flight and flew away. The Dragon Country audience erupted when they saw this scene.
"Brother Yi is mighty."
Iron Man was scared away directly, and he even captured a contestant from the Fire Nation.
So awesome.
The incredibly powerful Iron Man from the movies actually dared to confront Yifeng head-on. After seeing Iron Man fly away, I didn't chase after him. After all, I can't fly yet, and catching Iron Man would be a bit difficult. I'll just let him keep that suit for a while.
Then I turned my attention to the fire person.
Before I could even speak, a sudden announcement appeared, "Task, in 3 hours, a rain of fire will descend, accompanied by the appearance of fire-breathing beasts.
Killing fire-breathing beasts will earn points. The rain of fire will last for 1 hour. After it ends, there will be a points ranking, and individuals will receive rewards, new food for the fire rain." I didn't pay much attention to all of that, instead turning to the fire person and saying, "I can choose not to kill you, but I can't just let you leave here. You came here intending to kill me, so you'll definitely have to pay a price. I need to absorb your flames right now."
You wouldn't refuse, would you?"
The fire woman said flatly, "Would my refusal make a difference?"
I then wasted no time, going directly to the fire woman's side and began frantically absorbing her flames. 1 minute later, the flames on the firewoman's body were getting scarcer and scarcer.
She cried out in a somewhat panicked voice, "Stop! Please stop!"
I ignored the firewoman's pleas and continued absorbing the flames. She even started attacking me, unwilling to give up even just a bit of her flames. Seeing this, I said in a deep voice, "Don't resist, or I'll kill you right now." Hearing this, the firewoman stopped talking, just staring silently at Yifeng.
Soon, as I continued absorbing, the flames on the firewoman's body became less and less, finally disappearing completely. At this point, I was completely dumbfounded, my eyes wide open. I blurted out in some confusion, "Where are your clothes?" The firewoman said nothing, just stared at me expressionlessly. At this moment, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, because of my words, it had completely erupted. Holy moly, why is this Pitaya Fruit Beauty contestant completely pixelated? Didn't they say only private parts get pixelated? At this moment, looking at the naked foreign beauty in front of me, my gaze hardened, and for a moment I didn't react. When had I ever seen such a stimulating scene, especially since the firewoman was a top-tier beauty? When my gaze landed on the firewoman's icy face, I gave an awkward smile, then said, "You should recondense your flames. Being naked like this isn't very good, is it?" The firewoman said faintly, "My flames have all been sucked dry by you, I can't condense them now. I have to wait an hour for them to awaken." Hearing this, I laughed awkwardly and said, "All right, then you rest here. I have things to do." After that, I ignored the firewoman and walked directly towards the great serpent. I needed to eat the great serpent first. As for the firewoman, I didn't intend to kill her, and of course, I didn't intend to just let her go. She needed to increase her flame immunity before the fire rain descended. After arriving next to the giant snake, I began to eat, spending a full half an hour before I had eaten most of it, revealing a treasure chest. This made him very happy. Devoured E grade PP snake, strength +5, constitution +10, speed +5, agility +3, evolution points +10, gain skill, glide LV1. That's not bad, gaining a skill that isn't particularly useful. Anyway, more skills never hurt. He didn't need to worry about these skills, they might come in handy someday. Just then, the flame woman came over to Yifeng. She had been watching Yifeng eat all these things until they were all in his belly. Although she was very surprised, she wasn't overly afraid. After all, her own body was already engulfed in flames, someone eating a lot of food didn't seem like such a big deal. She had come to find Yifeng for her own reasons. Her body was severely dehydrated, and if she didn't replenish water soon, she might die from thirst. "Can you give me some of your water?" Yifeng was momentarily stunned when he saw the flame woman, now dressed. It wasn't that the flame woman had found clothes. Her clothes had long since been burned away by the flames. Although their bodies had mutated, their clothes had not. The clothes on her body were entirely made of flames. It's just that the number of these flames was still limited. Only a flame bra and flame panties. These various shapes still looked uniquely charming. Perhaps this was the legendary exotic charm? He didn't think much of it, and just said directly, "I can give you some of my water? But what are you going to exchange for it?" The flame woman's expression changed, and she said somewhat angrily, "You've already seen my body completely, isn't that enough? You can't possibly expect me to give you my body too, can you?" Yifeng was taken aback. He carefully sized up the beauty in front of him. Her thighs were truly long and slender, her waist delicate, yet it bore a weight that seemed almost too much. Her pair of glistening big eyes looked as if water might drip from them at any moment. In the past, Yifeng might truly have been unable to refuse. But now, the situation was vastly different. His eyes only saw food. As the old saying goes, if you don't have a diamond drill, don't take on porcelain work. Sorry, Yifeng really had a diamond drill now. The most crucial thing was that this was currently a live broadcast. He certainly didn't want to see anything inappropriate in broad daylight. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, "In my eyes, your body is worthless. If you don't have it now, you can owe it to me and give it to me when we meet again. If there's nothing when we meet next time, However much water you ask from me, that's how much fire I'll extract from your body.
When the fire girl heard Yifeng say this, her face changed, and she felt extremely angry.
Her figure and beauty, which she was so proud of, were actually disdained by a skinny guy.
This really made her unbearable. It seemed she could only endure it.
Judging from Yifeng's previous performance, he didn't seem to be lying or joking.
The fire girl said, "Okay, hurry up and give me the water."
"Why are you opening your mouth?
I'll put the water in the pond, you can drink it yourself.
After your flames have mostly recovered. Come find me, I need your flames."
Yifeng quickly refilled the pond with some water. He himself came to the shore, looking at the E-grade treasure chest in his hand. This was the second treasure chest he had obtained.
The probability of getting a treasure chest here was truly too low. He no longer hesitated and directly opened the E-grade treasure chest. Opened E-grade treasure chest, obtained 1 E-grade skateboard.
Yifeng looked at the yellow skateboard in his hand and was instantly stunned.
Not only was he stunned, all the viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. Opened an E-grade treasure chest and got a skateboard? What's going on? There's no environment here for you to use it. It's not like he can slide on the sand here, right? Anyway, Yifeng will be eaten soon, so he won't need it. Let's not talk about the skateboard, let's talk about why Yifeng can reject such a beautiful woman. Could it be that he's not good in that aspect? This is a live broadcast. Do you have the guts to do such a thing under the gaze of 5 billion people worldwide? If they never return to Earth, then maybe. But they will return in 7 days.
Famous Kung Fu master, Master Ma, said with a smile in the live stream.
Yifeng is probably practicing the legendary indestructible golden body.
He must maintain his virginity. Once he loses it, his power will definitely be greatly diminished, and it won't have such a powerful effect. If it can be combined with my unique technique, Jiahua Fa Enlightening 5-chain whip, then his strength can definitely reach a higher level. At this moment, in the National Fortune Bureau of the Fire Nation, some people were discussing in a great hurry.
They were just a small country.
When they saw that a female celebrity was chosen, they all felt a little worried. But when she awakened her flame talent, they all became excited again. Her game name has been confirmed, let's call her Flame Girl. This might be an opportunity for small countries like us.
Always pay attention to Flame Girl's actions.
Once Flame Girl has a relationship with the Dragon Kingdom player,
we will immediately cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom.
From the current perspective, the Dragon Kingdom player's combat power is the strongest. I hope Flame Girl can be more proactive and seize this opportunity.
When we can give players hints, we will tell her about this matter. All our destinies are in her hands.
The Fire Nation is a relatively small country. The country is located near the equator, with high temperatures all year round, and water resources are extremely scarce. If they cannot obtain water resources, it may not be long before the country directly perishes. In today's society, water resources have become a strategic material as important as oil. At this time, Yifeng was unaware of these happenings. He was busy eating an E-grade treasure chest. This was excellent food that could make the space within his body larger.
Devouring E-grade treasure chest, Constitution plus 10, Evolution points plus 10, personal space upgraded, LV1 to LV2.
After the personal space was upgraded, its size had reached 100 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 100 meters high. Next, Yifeng was contemplating which direction he should go. In the desert, besides waterholes, there could also be forests, minerals, ruins, and various other things. This was just the beginning. However, Yifeng hadn't obtained other animal memory fragments, so he didn't know where anything was.
It's better to rest here for a while first. Since this is a waterhole, other animals will definitely come to drink water.
This way, he can obtain some clues. If there is truly no other way, he can advance after killing the flame beast.
As time went on, more and more players awakened their talents.
Invisible, flying, tunneling, transforming into animals, and so on.
Many people's talents were different. An hour later. Announcement. Banana Kingdom player died of heatstroke. Lifespan of all people in Banana Kingdom, 1 year. National fortune, 10.
After this voice appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention and discussion.
Holy cow, this is the first player to die from heatstroke. In such a desert, isn't it completely normal to suffer from heatstroke?
Since the Banana Country's contestant died of heatstroke, even if he were resurrected, he would certainly die of heatstroke again after some time. This time, Banana Country is facing big trouble. Although the other people hadn't died of heatstroke, they were on the verge of dying of thirst. I'm so thirsty, I'm dying of thirst.
Can anyone give me some water to drink?
If we could kill a wild beast, we could drink its blood. A pool of water has also been found here, but there are 2 E-class sharks in it, so I can't put my country there. Hearing this contestant say so, they all looked towards the shared location the contestant had sent.
Holy crap, 30 kilometers.
I'd be dead of thirst by the time I got there. I'm 50 kilometers from that pool of water, that's ridiculous.
I'm 100 kilometers away, how am I supposed to get there?
The contestants from these countries appeared at random locations.
They basically all appear around a pool of water.
And around the pool where Yifeng was located, there were dozens of contestants from various countries. These contestants were all discussing how to kill Yifeng at this moment. If they didn't kill Yifeng, they wouldn't be able to get water resources. Without water resources, wanting to survive 7 days in the desert would be incredibly difficult.
The Dragon Country contestant's strength is a bit abnormal, and his defense is very strong.
Ordinary weapons simply can't kill him.
Has anyone obtained advanced weapons from treasure chests?
I got a poison dagger, and with my stealth ability, I can definitely kill the Dragon Country contestant. This person was the contestant from Cherry Blossom Country, whose awakened talent was ninjutsu, allowing him to become invisible. Coupled with the dagger obtained from killing a poisonous scorpion.
He was quite confident about killing Yifeng. The Cherry Blossom Country contestant didn't waste any time and approached Yifeng.
At this moment, Yifeng was frantically absorbing the flames from the Fire Maiden. When the blazing flames were absorbed by him until only enough remained to barely cover the Fire Maiden's body, he stopped. He had no intention of letting the Fire Maiden expose herself again. Ding, congratulations, host, flame immunity has been upgraded, LV1 told V2. Yifeng left the Fire Maiden's side with great satisfaction and said,
"You can leave now. Next time, don't forget to prepare something for me."
The Fire Maiden snorted and said,
"Then don't die."
As long as the contestants around this pool awakened their talents, they would definitely come one after another to kill Yifeng.
Could Yifeng kill 1 or 2 contestants, and at the same time deal with over a dozen contestants who had awakened their talents?
The Fire Maiden didn't believe that. After the Fire Maiden left, Yifeng checked the time. There was still half an hour left.
The first survival mission was about to begin.
For him, more delicious food was about to arrive.
I wonder how a flame beast tastes when eaten.
Yifeng had no plans to go anywhere at the moment. He simply lay on the sand, awaiting the reward for the rain of fire. There would also be a reward for being first in this survival mission.
I wonder what the reward will be.
Yifeng closed his eyes, enjoying a sunbath. For others, it was an extremely hot scorching sun, but for Yifeng, it didn't elicit much of a reaction. At this moment, Yifeng wondered what the sun would taste like if he ate it.
Probably quite hot to the mouth, wouldn't it be?
And so, Yifeng vaguely began to drift off to sleep. After eating his fill, sleeping was, of course, a must. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't dare to sleep alone in the desert.
The reason is simple: by the time you wake up, you might have already been resurrected.
The various wild beasts in the desert are not to be trifled with.
But Yifeng didn't care about any of this. Ordinary animals simply couldn't break through his defenses. If these animals dared to approach Yifeng, they would only become his food.
Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream was all watching Yifeng with tension. The Sakura Country contestant is coming to sneak attack Yifeng with a poison dagger, and Yifeng is completely unaware, sleeping soundly there.
This could be a bit troublesome. Just now, You all should have seen that the Sakura country contestant's dagger directly poisoned an E-rank fierce beast to death, even corroding the shell of a golden beetle. I wonder if Yifeng can withstand it? Sleeping in the desert, this is the first time I've ever seen that.
As time passed,
the Sakura country contestant had already arrived not far from Yifeng.
When he saw Yifeng sleeping, a very happy smile appeared on his face.
This was simply heaven sent, giving him an opportunity. Then, the Sakura country contestant approached Yifeng step by step.
After he reached Yifeng's side, he directly pulled out the dark green dagger in his hand and lunged it towards Yifeng's chest.
Bang!
With a crisp sound,
his dagger indeed entered Yifeng's body a bit.
Yifeng immediately felt a sharp pain. It was a pain like a mosquito biting.
Are there mosquitoes in the desert too? This was truly too terrifying, wasn't it?
Yifeng directly waved his hand, with a smack.
Announcement. Dragon Country contestant killed Sakura Country contestant. Sakura Country national fortune, 10.
Yifeng looked at the empty desert before him, his expression subtly changing.
That wasn't a mosquito just now? Was it the Sakura Country contestant?
It seems another player has awakened a talent.
With a bang,
a dark green dagger appeared from Yifeng's body and fell to the ground.
Yifeng's eyes lit up.
Without any hesitation, he directly ate the dark green dagger. Devoured grade poison dagger, physique +2, evolution points +10, toxin resistance upgraded LV2 to LV3.
Yifeng didn't think much and directly added the evolution points to the gluttonous bloodline.
Ding! Congratulations to the host, 30% of the gluttonous bloodline has awakened, gaining the talent skill, Sky Devour LV1. Sky Devour.
Level, LV1.
Description: after using Sky Devour, you can swallow very large foods in one gulp. Currently, swallowing an elephant in one bite is no problem. Later, you can swallow mountains, seas, and the sky in one bite. Seeing this talent skill, Yifeng's face lit up with joy.
Isn't this exactly what he greatly desired?
His mouth was too small, making eating a bit slow. This time, he can completely swallow a fierce beast in one gulp. Survival mission, Fire Rain Descent, officially begins.
Duration, 1 hour.
Individual leaderboard will be updated in real time.
Upon mission completion, final rankings will be determined. With the announcement, the sky instantly began to change. The sky turned red.
Fire rain truly descended. At the same time, fire beasts descended with it. These fire beasts were roughly the size of lions in the real world. Their numbers were not particularly large. The fire rain descent was also not as dense as actual rain. If it were, everyone would surely die. But if a player failed to dodge in time, they would still be burned to death by the fire rain.
Less than 3 minutes after the fire rain descended, dozens of players from various countries had already died. Announcement.
Player from the beautiful country has died.
Announcement.
Player from kangaroo country has died.
Announcement. Player from eggplant country has died.
While contestants from other countries were fleeing in all directions. Yifeng, looking at the sky, was quite disappointed that no fire rain had descended. He was in a safe zone here.
The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. I just came back from the live streams of other countries. Every drop of that fire rain is extremely powerful. If hit, it will burn right through you. Even Iron Man's suit couldn't resist it for too long. If you get hit in the head, you die instantly, and within a few seconds, you're burned to ashes. Truly, heaven is protecting our Dragon Kingdom, allowing Yifeng to be in a safe zone, saving him from being burned to death. Even steel would melt. Yifeng is, after all, flesh and blood. Even a body cultivation master has limits.
Yifeng was getting anxious waiting for no fire rain to fall. He pointed at the sky and said,
God, are you looking down on me?
Hurry up and send some fire rain down here for me. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, upon hearing Yifeng say this, all had their jaws nearly drop in surprise.
Holy cow, Yifeng, can't you be a bit more low-key? Don't show off so much. That fire rain is really not a joke.
Even if you don't get burned to death, your combat effectiveness will be affected.
This will definitely make your subsequent actions inconvenient.
It's just that, if we can't encounter fire beasts this way, our integral ranking might not be able to be number 1.
Not long after.
Suddenly, the individual leaderboard changed. The contestant from Beautiful Country, with 10 points, took first place. Immediately, the people in Beautiful Country's livestream became excited.
Iron Man is still amazing.
A few shots can kill a fire beast. If we keep this pace, our Beautiful Country will be number 1. So far, the Dragon Kingdom's contestants' ranking hasn't changed at all. Just wait to be crushed by our Beautiful Country.
Thank God. 10 minutes passed. Iron Man had already killed 3 fire beasts, firmly holding the top spot on the leaderboard.
This leaderboard was only for this current mission.
At this moment, Yifeng finally couldn't take it anymore.
He seriously suspected that heaven was specifically targeting him.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have yet to see even a single drop of fire rain.
One day, he would devour this heaven whole.
So, Yifeng no longer delayed.
He took out the skateboard he had acquired earlier. Then, he stepped onto it. With a push of the pole in his hand, his body shot out. He could already see clearly in the distance where a rain of fire was falling. He immediately moved quickly towards that place. The audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded after seeing this scene.
Did I see that right? Can you really slide on sand?
Judging from my middle school physics passing grade, sand has a lot of friction.
To slide on it, the skateboard must be very smooth. It's one thing to slide on sand. But to go this fast, something isn't quite right. This is faster than riding a motorcycle. Tell me, how do you steer? In less than a minute.
Yifeng arrived at the vicinity of the rain of fire and then began to slow down. Next, Yifeng got off his skateboard and entered the rain of fire. He tilted his head back and began to catch the fiery rain directly with his mouth.
3 minutes later.
Yifeng had already drunk dozens of drops of the fiery rain.
Ding, flame immunity upgraded, LV2 to LV3. Ding, fire temperature resistance upgraded, LV2 to LV3.
Immediately after, Yifeng began to run around wildly in the rain of fire. He needed to start looking for the flame beasts.
Only by killing flame beasts could he earn personal points and participate in the leaderboard.
This time, the first place was definitely reserved for him. At this moment, in Dragon Country, seeing Yifeng drink the fiery rain directly into his stomach,
everyone was stunned. Is that a golden mouth?
While you're still shocked, I've already started getting a tattoo. When Brother Yi decided to make his move, I already knew that first place belonged to no one but him. In Dragon Country, at the National Fortune Bureau, report, director, after investigation, it was found that there are a total of 1,024 tattoo artists nationwide, and none have any record of contact with Yifeng.
Unless he tattoos himself. Otherwise, the touty tattoo on Yifeng's body appeared out of thin air a few years ago.
Director Wang's expression changed after hearing his subordinate's report.
Sure enough. He continued, have any similar people appeared?
None have been found yet, and even if there are such people, they wouldn't easily reveal themselves. However, with the start of the National Fortune game, some strange things are happening all over the world.
Such people should be appearing.
Director Wang said with a very serious expression. As long as similar individuals are found within Dragon Country, you must notify me.
You absolutely must not conflict with them. Is there any other news about Yifeng?
Responding, Director, as for where Yifeng disappeared from, it has not yet been determined.
However, we did discover something quite interesting.
From our previous observations, and from the information gathered by tracking Yifeng's mobile internet usage, it seems
we know what type of girls he likes. He often watches videos starring Mitsui Yuya.
Director Wang's expression changed, and he said with some hesitation.
That Mitsui Yuya from Sakura Country? Precisely.
Director Wang thought for a moment, and then said.
leave that alone.
When you investigate information, don't be too meticulous in investigating Yifeng's privacy. If Yifeng finds out, it might affect our relationship.
Understood.
In Sakura Country, at the National Destiny Bureau, Director Sakata looked at the intelligence report in his hand, a very happy smile appearing on his face. This was top-secret intelligence information collected from their intelligence personnel stationed in Dragon Country. The Dragon Country player is so powerful, which is related to the Taotai pattern on his back. The Dragon Country player is suspected to have an indestructible body. The method to break it requires him to break. The Dragon Country player often watches Mitsui Yuya's videos, suspected of liking Mitsui Yuya.
Director Sakata looked at his subordinates and said, "Go quickly and contact Mitsui Yuya.
Next time when it's possible to switch or add players, have her go in. Her mission is only one, that is, at all costs, to break the Dragon Country players
body. From now on, arrange various technical personnel to train her.
This time, we must destroy the Dragon Country player. And at the moment of breaking his body, kill the Dragon Country player." Yifeng was searching for fire beasts, unaware that Sakura Country had already begun to devise some sinister plans against him.
"Finally, I found a fire beast."
Seeing a fire beast not far away, running through a rain of fire, Yifeng showed no hesitation, and immediately ran towards the fire beast. This fire beast was also looking for humans to attack, and seeing Yifeng appear, it also showed no hesitation, running towards Yifeng. Before Yifeng's eyes, a panel introducing the fire beast also appeared.
Fire beast. Level, E class.
Description: this is a beast made of fire, capable of spitting fire from its mouth, and every part of its body possesses fire attributes. Absolutely avoid any contact with its body, otherwise, you will be burned. Yifeng saw that it was merely an E-class fire beast, and felt no concern. If it were D-class, he might still be slightly wary. Since that was the case, Yifeng decided to use this E-class fire beast to practice the skill he had just acquired, Devour Heaven. He wondered how his innate skill would perform. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream, after seeing the description of this E-class fire beast's attributes, all began to discuss it animatedly.
How many times do you think Yifeng will strike to kill this fire beast?
I guess once. This fire beast is made entirely of flames, it doesn't have a head or anything like that. It'll take at least 3 to 5 attacks. No matter how many attacks, I bet Yifeng will definitely kill the fire beast with his hands. If not, I'll live stream myself eating shit upside down.
Haha, isn't this a guaranteed win?
At this time, foreign friends were also watching Yifeng's live broadcast. Our American Iron Man has already killed 5 fire beasts, your Dragon Kingdom contestant hasn't killed even one yet. It takes Iron Man a whole minute to kill one fire beast. The Dragon Kingdom contestant should be about the same. Even if the Dragon Kingdom contestant kills this fire beast, it doesn't matter, there aren't that many fire beasts around for him to kill.
So, under the gaze of everyone,
Yifeng finally took action. He slapped the fire beast's body with one palm. A large hole was punched into the fire beast's body. But the fire beast didn't die immediately, its body began to struggle, spitting a stream of fire at Yifeng. Up to this point, Yifeng's actions were still within these people's acceptable range. But the next scene directly startled everyone in the live stream. This could be said to be the most exaggerated thing they had ever seen. They saw the attacking fire beast directly swallowed whole by Yifeng, who opened his incredibly massive mouth. You should know, the fire beast's body was as big as a lion. In other words, Yifeng swallowed a lion in one gulp.
Holy shit, am I seeing things? Such a huge thing, swallowed by Yifeng in one bite? What the hell kind of mouth is that? Is this the legendary power of the Tauri? Isn't that terrifying?
It's a good thing Yifeng is our Dragon Kingdom contestant, otherwise, I might really have had a heart attack. Some foreigners, upon seeing Yifeng's performance, were so scared they nearly had heart attacks.
Some small countries were already rushing towards the Dragon Kingdom overnight. They planned to discuss cooperation issues with the Dragon Kingdom.
This was only the beginning of the game. If they didn't show goodwill early, there might be no chance later. The arrogant attitude of the American audience had vanished, and they dared not speak in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream.
Burp. My stomach hurts a bit. Looks like I can't eat living things directly in the future, it's too taxing.
Yi Feng was still a bit careless. If he had only devoured the fire beast's corpse, there naturally wouldn't have been such a strong reaction. But he still had to kill the living fire beast inside his stomach. This made his stomach feel a burning sensation. Fortunately, Yi Feng doesn't need to defecate, otherwise, he would be in for a rough time.
Yi Feng also didn't waste any time.
The fire rain only lasted for 1 hour in total.
Now, there's only half an hour left.
He needs to kill these fire beasts as quickly as possible to get first place on the points leaderboard. Next, Yi Feng took out his skateboard and started gliding.
Indeed, gliding on the desert was much faster and more comfortable than Yi Feng running.
The sand was relatively soft. Basically, wherever Yi Feng passed, deep pits were left behind.
There was one good thing about the desert. That was the wide open view. It didn't take Yi Feng long to find Iron Man's location.
At this moment, the US player, still wearing the Mark I Iron Man suit, was fighting a fire beast.
Yi Feng didn't hesitate and headed straight towards Iron Man.
He had long been coveting the Iron Man suit. In the past, in the real world, he had greatly yearned for mechs. At that time, he yearned to pilot them. Now, he yearns to consume them. After the US player killed this fire beast, a very happy expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself,
I now have 60 points.
First place on the individual points leaderboard. And the Dragon Kingdom player only has 10 points right now.
This time, I'm definitely in first place. Finally, I can help my country win a reward.
Iron Man's words didn't stop there.
He spoke into the air. People of the U.S. Do you see me?
Just wait for me to take first place.
Are U.S. the best in the world?
Ha ha ha. The people of the US felt quite speechless after seeing Iron Man's display.
Because they had all seen Yi Feng rapidly approaching Iron Man.
Judging from previous performances, the Mark I Iron Man suit was no match for Yi Feng at all.
Once Yi Feng reached Iron Man, the situation would be disastrous. You fool, stop talking there, hurry up and run.
The Dragon Kingdom player is here.
Hurry up and fly. What are you still doing on the ground?
Once the Dragon Kingdom player gets close, it might be too late for you. Iron Man was immersed in joy and didn't notice Yi Feng's arrival.
Moreover, Yi Feng appeared from behind Iron Man.
Soon, he was within 50 meters of Iron Man.
At this moment, Iron Man sensed some abnormal movement and looked behind him.
When he saw Yi Feng, he was first stunned, then his expression changed. Frightened, he immediately tried to take off. But because he had killed a large number of flame beasts earlier, too much energy had been consumed. Lacking sufficient power for takeoff, he had only risen a dozen meters. Yi Feng had already arrived. Using a slope, combined with Yi Feng's immense strength, he charged straight into the sky. Then, with one claw, he directly pierced through Iron Man's chest and snatched away the energy core. Then, Yi Feng carried Iron Man as they plummeted downwards.
With a loud bang, a huge sound echoed in all directions. Announcement.
Dragon Kingdom player kills Beautiful Country player.
Beautiful Country national fortune, 10. Although Iron Man's suit was incredibly powerful, the Beautiful Country player inside did not possess such strong physical qualities.
After his body was pierced by Yi Feng, he fell from a great height and died on the spot. After a player dies, their body will soon disappear.
However, the equipment on the player will remain in place. Unless the player can put the equipment into their spatial inventory before dying. However, at the beginning, not many people possessed spatial inventory.
Yi Feng directly put the energy core in his hand into his mouth. Devour energy core, Constitution +3, Spirit +1, Evolution points +2, acquire skill, energy core LV1. This time, after Yi Feng acquired the energy core, he could directly control the Iron Man suit for combat. But Yi Feng had no intention of doing so. He had no interest in the Iron Man suit now. Even if it were a nanotech mecha, Yifeng wouldn't use it. He looked at the Iron Man armor in front of him, broke off the Iron Man mecha's arm, and put it into his stomach. Crunchy. It tasted pretty good. In the live stream, the beautiful country viewers, upon seeing this scene, were filled with anger and rage. Aren't your Dragon Kingdom players going a bit too far? Killing our beautiful country player is one thing. But you actually ate the Iron Man suit. This will seriously affect the relationship between the two countries. The Dragon Kingdom player is truly terrifying. If he returns to the real world, no one will be able to stop him. We protest against such a non-human creature and demand that the Dragon Kingdom replace this player. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, seeing Yifeng's ferocity, everyone was incredibly excited and thrilled, as if they were fighting themselves. Yifeng's teeth are really good, he can even bite through steel. Where did he get those teeth? Watching Yifeng's livestream has made me so hungry. Is this Iron Man? He's nothing special. Hurry up and bring out Captain America. I wonder if the captain could exchange a few moves with Yifeng? In beautiful country, inside the National Fortune Bureau, Director Trump, staring at the livestream, had a terrible expression. As a world superpower, their beautiful country was being bullied like this by a Dragon Country player in the National Fortune game. This was truly unacceptable. He looked at the person beside him and said, "That person, have you found him?" Found him. After our data tests, all his physical data have exceeded 5 times the normal level, and are still increasing. If it weren't for the emergence of the National Fortune game, he might have remained hidden. Trump smiled and said, "Good, then have him ready for battle at any time. Once there's an opportunity, he will be sent into the National Fortune game to fight for the country. Any conditions he wants can be met." Yes, I'm already making arrangements. In the desert. It took Yifeng 1 minute to finally eat all of the Iron Man armor. Although he possessed the Devour skill, he couldn't use it carelessly. Especially since he had just overused it. He needed to rest for a bit. Devoured the Mark I Iron Man suit, Strength +5, Constitution +5, Speed +5, Evolution Points +3, Acquired Skill, Metal Manipulation LV1. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, a piece of metal floated in front of him. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the metal. The level was too low, and the effect of metal manipulation wasn't very strong. Yifeng didn't really need this ability. His body was his best weapon. Immediately after, Yifeng wasted no more time and needed to quickly kill the flame beasts. There wasn't much time left. So, he picked up his skateboard and began to slide around, searching for flame beasts. 10 minutes later. Yifeng had already killed 5 flame beasts. Currently, his personal score ranking was only 1 spot below Iron Man. Iron Man, 60 points. Yifeng, 50 points. However, the beautiful country player no longer had his iron suit and couldn't kill any more flame beasts. This time, the first place was definitely Yifeng's. As Yifeng moved forward, he suddenly saw another flame beast in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he quickly moved towards that flame beast. Not far from this flame beast, the Cherry Blossom country player was slowly approaching. At this moment, he was hidden, holding a newly acquired dagger in his hand. Using his invisibility, he had already successfully killed 4 flame beasts. The ability to be invisible was still quite powerful. In Sakura Country's live broadcast room, the audience was now feeling somewhat happy. As long as the ninja can kill 1 more flame beast, they'll have the same ranking as the Dragon Country contestant. Our Sakura Country's ninja is still amazing. These flame beasts were killed without even spotting the ninja's shadow. Apart from being physically tough, the Dragon Country contestant doesn't have many advantages. He's just a brute. Just as these viewers were discussing. Suddenly, the scene changed. Another person unexpectedly appeared in the live broadcast room. This person was none other than Yifeng, who was gliding swiftly. His speed was incredibly fast. Before the Sakura Country contestant could even react, Yifeng had already passed by him. The Sakura Country contestant was directly knocked tens of meters away. His body shattered into several pieces.
All the Sakura Country viewers were dumbfounded. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant killed Sakura Country contestant. Sakura Country's national fate, 10.
Yifeng, who was gliding, was stunned when he heard this voice.
I clearly didn't see the Sakura Country contestant, so how did I kill him? Was it what I just collided with? This couldn't be a staged accident, could it?
Why did he have to appear invisible in front of me for no good reason? The Dragon Country audience, seeing this scene, was also completely baffled.
The Sakura Country contestant, their brain isn't normal, is it? Did they want to scare Yifeng to death this way?
To this day, I haven't even seen what the Sakura Country contestant looks like, and he's already been killed twice.
That's too tragic.
Of all the roads there are, safety comes first.
Walking improperly, Dragon Country laughs heartily.
The poet upstairs.
Where can I buy your works, please?
At the time, I told you not to leave the literary world.
The bookstore downstairs didn't have your works, so I smashed it on the spot.
As Yifeng performed better and better, the Dragon Country's live broadcast room was filled with joy and peace.
Yifeng was wildly killing these flame beasts in the desert.
Meanwhile, in the real world, on the National Fate Bureau's official website, posts about naming Yifeng had reached 30 million.
Currently, the top 3 most voted names were: first place, Shura votes. Second place, Taodai votes. First place, Dad votes.
Dragon Kingdom has a total of 1.3 billion people, and everyone can cast 3 votes. Director Wang looked at these 3 names. He was quite satisfied with them, except for the third one. He had needed great courage when he handed over the naming rights to the entire nation.
Because some people just love to prank.
If some rather embarrassing names were to come out, there would truly be no way to present them.
Fortunately, the final result was quite good.
He said to the person next to him, "Let Shurshui announce this result in the live stream."
I'll start uploading this name now.
Yes. A data panel appeared in front of Director Wang. It contained many options.
Naming hint: replace person, add person, prop reinforcement.
However, many functions could not be used.
Every country has such a data panel. It can be said that every contestant is not fighting alone.
Behind them stands an entire nation.
Director Wang entered the 2 characters Shura into it.
In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Shurshui, after receiving the instruction, smiled and said,
"The naming process, which everyone has been very concerned about, is finally entering its final stage. I believe everyone already knows the ranking.
So I won't keep you in suspense any longer.
It's time to announce Yifeng's title.
From now on, Yifeng will fight for our country under the name Shura."
"Not Shura. I want Dad.
Dad, Dad, Dad."
Only 200 million votes short, what a pity. I voted for husband, and it's already ranked 10th. Our Dragon Kingdom women are not strong enough.
I voted for high quality male, and it's ranked hundreds of places outside the top.
Isn't Yifeng a high quality male? Why didn't you vote?
At this point, no matter what these people said, there was no way to change the final outcome. While these people may complain, most still understand the bigger picture. If Dad were really to become Yifeng's title, then probably not many people would call him by that title.
Just then, a bullet comment appeared.
"Shurshui, what did you vote for with your 3 votes?
Can you tell us? I'm also very curious."
If I could have voted for the same name as my wife Shuei, I would be extremely happy. Seeing everyone ask what name she voted for, Shuei's face flushed slightly. His 3 votes were cast for
husband, Dad, I love you. She didn't dare to reveal these 3 voting results. Otherwise, her image in the audience's minds would definitely be greatly affected.
She said lightly, "I didn't vote.
Let's focus on Yifeng instead. The first mission is about to end now. In the desert.
After Yifeng killed the flame beast in front of him, the fire rain in the sky vanished into thin air. The flame beast also disappeared.
Announcement.
The fire rain survival mission has ended.
The ranking will now be announced. Rank, country name, title, personal score, personal reward, national reward. First place, Dragon Country, Shura, 120 points, 1 S-grade Golden Compass, 3 randomly appearing super large oil fields within Dragon Country territory. Second place, Beautiful Country, Iron Man, 60 points, 1 second generation Iron Man suit, 3 randomly appearing super large water bodies within Beautiful Country territory. Third place, Furnace Country, Fire Girl, 50 points, 1 D-grade flame suit, 1 randomly appearing super large water body within Furnace Country territory. 200th place, Chile Country, Little Chile, 30 points, 1 Chile, 1% of Chile Country's population randomly dies. Announcement: the next mission will be announced in 3 hours. After this leaderboard was released, all countries and all people across the globe became excited and fervent. A score of 0 meant no punishment, and of course, no reward. A score greater than 0 would bring some rewards. However, a score less than 0, the lower the rank, the more severe the punishment would be. Chile Country. Some people, while walking, suddenly fell to the ground and died instantly. Running, sleeping, playing games, engaging in physical activity, etc. This plunged Chile Country into panic and despair all at once. Fortunately, there were no people flying planes in Chile Country. Meanwhile, the audience in Dragon Country, seeing the reward of 3 super large oil fields for Dragon Country, became exceptionally excited and thrilled. Oil plays an extremely important role for a country. Especially in this era of resource scarcity, oil had long become extremely rare. Most people traveled by shared bicycles. There was no choice, gasoline prices were too expensive. The cost of gas for a few car trips was even more expensive than the car itself. Moreover, with the scarcity of various resources, most countries were engaged in conflicts, making oil even scarcer. In the National Fortune Bureau, Director Wang's expression changed after seeing this news, and he quickly turned to the person beside him and said, "Quickly arrange personnel to find these 3 randomly appearing super large oil fields. Also, be prepared to guard against personnel from other countries coming to steal oil." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." In an instant, all relevant technical personnel nationwide were dispatched. Originally, with the scarcity of oil, most of these technicians had retired and switched to other industries. But now, all these personnel have returned to their posts at double pay. Director Wang stared at the screen in the live broadcast room, pondered for a moment, and said, "Yi Feng is fighting for the country, so he definitely shouldn't be treated unfairly. It seems a Yi Feng group needs to be established. Any resources he uncovers for Dragon Country, and the profits gained, should first be placed within the Yi Feng group." Director Wang had some understanding of human nature. Especially when it came to a talent like Yi Feng. He certainly couldn't be treated shabbily. After everything was arranged, he seemed to recall something. He said to the person next to him, "Go organize a national cooking competition. Select the best chefs, so when Yi Feng returns, he can eat his fill." "Yes, and what about a national beauty pageant?" Director Wang pondered for a moment, then said, "That's not necessary for now." In the desert, Yi Feng was stunned when he saw his title. He hadn't expected the country to give him this title. He was quite satisfied with it. He had used this name when playing games before. Then, Yi Feng turned his gaze to the S-rank compass in his hand. He wondered, what exactly was this thing? As his thought flickered, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Golden Compass. Rank, S rank. Description: this is a very special compass. Just its golden exterior reveals that this item is extraordinary. Through the golden compass, you can find unexpected treasures in the desert. When you don't know which way to go, following the golden compass's instructions will not lead you astray. Yi Feng's eyes lit up after seeing the description of the compass's properties. With this item, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his way in the desert. But the design of this golden compass looked like a large golden pancake, making his mouth water. Now, a multiple choice question appeared before him. Eat it? Or not eat it? In the live broadcast room, Dragon Country's audience also showed happy smiles upon seeing the S-rank golden compass. With the compass in hand,
Yifeng no longer has to worry about finding resources.
Won't this desert become our dragon country's backyard? This truly is a heaven-sent blessing for our dragon country. You guys think, will Yifeng eat the golden compass?
Holy crap, you jinx, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yifeng began to bite and eat the golden compass, mouthful by mouthful. And believe it or not, the material of this S-rank golden compass was quite hard, making it somewhat difficult for Yifeng to eat. It took a full 10 minutes before he finished this golden pancake. No, it was the golden compass. Although it had been eaten by Yifeng, it hadn't been fully digested yet. Such a high-level item requires some time to be fully digested and absorbed.
Devoured S-rank golden compass, digesting constitution plus 20, obtained passive skill, hint LV1.
Note, as digestion proceeds, various stats will continue to increase, and the skill will also grow.
Hint? What kind of skill is this?
It was his first time hearing of such a skill. Fortunately, these skills all had explanations.
He tried to click on it to see what kind of skill it was. A skill obtained from devouring an S-rank golden compass shouldn't be bad, right? Hint. Level, LV1.
Description, as the name suggests, hint can give you some information. Hint content includes but is not limited to danger warnings, treasure locations, enemy weaknesses, resource locations, weather forecasts, etc.
Upon seeing the detailed description of hint, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Isn't this a bit too powerful?
This was far more powerful than the golden compass's functions.
It seemed his decision was absolutely correct.
From now on, if he encountered any items, he should just eat them.
Just as Yifeng was immersed in joy,
suddenly, a hint appeared before his eyes. Hint, 5 kilometers ahead of you, there is a person engulfed in flames.
Danger level, low.
Her fiery suit can provide you with a hearty meal.
Fire Girl?
Yifeng recalled the previous rankings. Fire Girl was actually ranked 3rd and had obtained a D-rank flame suit. It seemed Fire Girl's strength was not simple. If he remembered correctly, Fire Girl still owed him something.
Now would be a good time to ask her for it.
So, Yifeng took out his skateboard and started to glide quickly. At this moment, the Fire Girl, looking at her flame-covered clothes, revealed a very happy smile. This rain of fire, for the other contestants, was a disaster. But for the Fire Girl, it was simply paradise. She could also absorb these flames to enhance her strength. And the damage from the flame beasts had little effect on her.
Therefore, she was highly efficient in killing these flame beasts.
Ultimately, she secured 3rd place, a very good achievement. Especially the flame set she obtained, it was like a timely rain for her current situation. Flame set, flame top, flame pants, flame bra, flame shorts, flame underwear. Wearing these, she looked like a female war god, gallant and heroic. Thanks to the super large pond brought by the Fire Girl, the originally not so rich Fire Nation no longer had to worry about water resources.
The Bureau of National Destiny immediately issued a statement.
From today onwards, the Fire Girl will become the first female queen of our Fire Nation. When the Fire Girl returns to the real world,
a coronation ceremony will be held.
Immediately after, the director of the Bureau of National Destiny of the Fire Nation said to the person beside him with great seriousness, "First, bring the Fire Girl's twin sister to the palace. Find the best doctors to treat her sister. If the situation is critical and there's really no way to cure her, then contact the Dragon Nation.
See if the Dragon Nation has a solution?
Under no circumstances can the Fire Girl's sister be allowed to die. If she dies, our Fire Nation might also perish with her."
Yes.
After packing her things, the Fire Girl started walking in one direction.
This direction was away from Yifeng's location.
She didn't want to encounter that very impolite man, Yifeng. Especially since Yifeng didn't understand how to cherish women at all. She seriously wondered if Yifeng had some issues in that aspect. Seeing such a beautiful woman, yet having no thoughts at all? However, these were just her thoughts. She wouldn't have to meet Yifeng ever again. She had just walked for a minute. Suddenly, her expression changed. She saw a black dot in front, rapidly approaching her.
A beast? Had she encountered another beast? She didn't pay too much attention.
Her strength had greatly increased now. She could quickly kill an E-grade beast. Even if she encountered a D-class beast, she wouldn't be worried or scared. Her D-class suit wasn't just for show. She was ready to fight at any moment. As time went on, she saw more and more clearly. After she clearly saw the approaching animal, her face changed dramatically.
Dragon Country contestant? Azura? Isn't he behind me? How did he get in front of me?
A look of utter disbelief appeared on Fire Girl's face. But she wasn't given much time to think.
She turned and ran. Less than a minute later,
her body suddenly stiffened.
Where are you going?
Fire Girl looked at Yifeng in front of her and said coldly.
I go wherever I want to go? Is it any of your business?
With her strength boosted, Fire Girl wasn't particularly afraid of Yifeng anymore.
She even wanted to attack Yifeng.
Yifeng said with a smile.
I don't mean to control you, but you want my things? You haven't forgotten what I told you before, have you?
Fire Girl said blandly.
I haven't forgotten. However, I haven't obtained anything yet. Those flame beasts didn't even drop a single treasure chest. I'll give you something next time we meet.
Yifeng smiled and said.
These flame beasts indeed won't drop treasure chests. But you have a lot of good stuff on you, this time is this time, next time we'll talk about next time.
When Fire Girl heard Yifeng say this, she immediately understood what he meant. Her face changed, and she said angrily. You big pervert.
You actually want my clothes?
Even if you kill me, I won't let you succeed. Today, I will execute you on the spot.
To let you know that in the desert land, you are not invincible. A dense flame instantly erupted from the Fire Lady's body. A fireball, a full meter in diameter, attacked Yifeng. When the fireball reached Yifeng opened his mouth and swallowed the meter-diameter fireball into his stomach.
Yifeng showed a hint of surprise on his face and said, Your flame tastes even better than before.
Are there any more? Give me some more.
The Fire Lady didn't know what to say for a moment. She angrily waved her fiery fists and attacked Yifeng.
Bang! Ouch!
The Fire Lady's fist hitting Yifeng's body was like hitting steel.
It didn't harm Yifeng, instead, it hurt herself badly.
Yifeng continued.
Originally, I only intended to ask you for one item.
Now, you've actually attacked me on your own initiative, so don't blame me for being insatiable.
Quickly take off all your clothes for me. You don't want me to do it, do you?
The Fire Lady was nursing her right hand. Her angry blow just now had caused her considerable pain. Hearing Yifeng say this, she suddenly felt a little wronged.
Isn't Yifeng too inconsiderate towards women? To actually ask a girl to strip in front of him? What kind of person did he take her for?
If you don't take them off, then I can only kill you. These pieces of equipment will then remain for me. When the Fire Lady heard Yifeng threaten to kill her, her emotions finally gave way, and tears welled up in her eyes.
I'll take them off, just you wait. What you've done to me today, I'll definitely pay you back double.
Soon, the Fire Lady took off her flame clothes, flame pants, and flame underwear. She only hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take off the last two pieces of clothing.
No need to take those off, I'm not that heavy-handed. Next time we meet, let's talk things over nicely. Don't even think about attacking me. Otherwise, the consequences might not be what you want to see.
Yifeng picked up these D-grade clothes. He started eating them right in front of the Fire Lady.
A few minutes later,
Yifeng finished eating the entire D-grade flame set. Devoured D-grade flame set, physique plus 50, evolution points plus 30, temperature resistance upgraded LV3 to LV4, flame immunity upgraded LV3 to LV4. The two fire attribute skills have finally reached level 4. The difficulty was a bit too great.
It took over a dozen flame beasts, plus the D-grade flame suit, to successfully upgrade.
The further these skills advance, the more energy they require for upgrading. Of course, the power after upgrading also becomes stronger. After all of this was handled, Yifeng looked at the fire maiden in front of him, who was still standing there. He asked with some confusion, "Why aren't you leaving yet? You're not expecting me to keep you for dinner, are you?" The fire maiden said coldly. "I want to know, how did you find me?" Yifeng said with a smile. "Just by chance. If you're not leaving, then I am. See you around." Yifeng rode his skateboard directly in one direction. After waiting 3 hours, he would know what the next mission was. Not to mention, this fire maiden was a good source of flame energy for Yifeng. Moreover, the fire maiden can wrap her body in flames, so whether she wears clothes or not doesn't really make much of a difference. It's better for Yifeng to consume her and increase his strength. At this moment, another person appeared in Yifeng's mind. Iron Man. He actually obtained the Mark II mech suit. It seems another dish is to be added to Yifeng's menu. These are all tough dishes. However, finding these people in the desert can be a bit difficult. Unless these people share their location information with Yifeng. Otherwise, Yifeng has no way to determine their locations. Also, the hint function is a passive function. It's not that Yifeng can get a hint for whatever he wants to know. Currently, Yifeng can only wander aimlessly in the desert, looking for some wild beasts. Hint: go in this direction, and you will encounter an unexpected reward. Yifeng, who was moving forward, showed a happy expression after hearing this voice. Without hesitation, he immediately proceeded in the direction indicated by the hint. And right at this moment, at the location of that dry pool, Iron Man's figure appeared in the sky above. And next to the pool, on the sandy beach, a head suddenly emerged. Where are the Dragon Kingdom contestants? They didn't run away because they were scared, did they? Iron Man, hovering in the air, looked around and said, "I've encountered the Dragon Kingdom player once before. I thought he would return to the pond. Now it seems very likely that he's afraid we'll gang up on him and kill him after we get our items. So he used the golden compass in his hand to leave this place. Let's contact others in the chat channel and ask if anyone has met the Dragon Kingdom player. So far, 90% of the players have died at least once. No matter what, we must kill the Dragon Kingdom player a few times. Only then can I quell the hatred in my heart." The player from Sand Kingdom, Zar, nodded after hearing Iron Man's words and said, "I can control sand. When the Dragon Kingdom player left here, he must have left some traces. I can determine the direction the Dragon Kingdom player left based on these subtle traces. Leave the search for the Dragon Kingdom player to me." Iron Man nodded and said, "All right. I'll contact a few more people. At that time, as long as we can kill the Dragon Kingdom player, the items obtained from him will be divided equally among you. After returning to the real world, I can also give you some benefits. The ninja from Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the fire girl from Furnace Kingdom, the god stealer from Cosmic Kingdom, and Red Bull from Bullfighting Kingdom. All of them are in this area. Once we cooperate, wouldn't it be very easy to kill the Dragon Kingdom's Azura?" Of course, there were other national players in this area. But some national players had no intention of clashing with Yifeng. They didn't know Yifeng initially, so it was impossible for them to idly run over just to besiege him. It was more important to focus on improving their own strength. Especially after the rankings of the first mission. Some countries had already seen a large number of deaths. These players dared not be negligent in the slightest. If their country suffered heavy casualties because of these players couldn't even imagine what the situation would be like when they returned to their home country. At this moment, after advancing for half an hour, Yifeng looked up at the sky and saw a massive flying beast circling in the air. This fierce beast was at least 5 meters long and entirely yellow. It let out a cry, resounding through the sky. And below the beast, on the desert, several golden scarabs were frantically fleeing. It seemed this fierce beast was hunting. Yifeng's thought flickered, and the attribute panel of this fierce beast appeared before his eyes. Sand sculpture. Level,
D rank. Description: this is a unique bird species found in the desert, possessing extremely sharp talons and a beak. It is a formidable predator in the desert. When unable to catch animals, they will also feed on sand. Once a sand sculpture targets you, there will be nowhere to escape. Upon seeing the name of this fierce beast, Yifeng's expression subtly changed. There's actually an animal with a name like that? He hoped that after eating it, it wouldn't affect Yifeng's intelligence. In the live stream, after seeing the description of the sand sculpture, the audience's expressions all changed. Holy crap, it's actually a D rank creature? This sand sculpture is really too big, isn't it? Bigger than any bird on Earth? I'm dying of laughter. A sand sculpture opponent. There's actually a creature called a sand sculpture? This is truly eye-opening. How will Yifeng deal with such a flying creature? Yifeng can't fly, can he? Once a D-rank sand sculpture can breach Yifeng's defense, that could be a huge problem. Yifeng's talent, apart from being tough, doesn't seem to have anything special about it. At this moment, everyone was somewhat worried about Yifeng. When land creatures fight flying creatures clearly have the advantage. Even if a flying creature can't beat you, it can just fly away. Although they had great faith in Yifeng's defense. But everyone's defense has a limit, right? Just then, the D-rank sand sculpture in the sky directly swooped down to the ground. It flew towards a golden beetle. Golden beetles were inherently not good at speed. Soon, the sand sculpture arrived next to the golden beetle. Its beak directly plunged into the golden beetle's body. The golden beetle's exoskeleton offered no resistance at all to the sand sculpture. It was like a knife slicing through tofu. It instantly pierced through the golden beetle's body. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the livestream couldn't help but gasp. Although the sand sculpture's name is a bit funny, its attack is incredibly sharp. I wonder if Yifeng can withstand it? I think it's risky. It depends on whether Yifeng dares to gamble. If he wins, he eats the sand sculpture. If he loses, he gets disemboweled. Even if Yifeng dies once, what does it matter? We still profit this way. At this moment, Yifeng also frowned slightly after seeing this scene. His indestructible Vajra is currently only level 2, and he doesn't know if he can withstand this blow. No matter what, he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch the sand eagle fly away. Encountering such a flying beast is very important for Yifeng. He was still counting on gaining the ability to fly from the sand eagle. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and moved directly towards those golden beetles. Since this sand eagle wanted to prey on golden beetles, Yifeng would first get his hands on these golden beetles. Soon, Yifeng had already caught 2 golden beetles. Since Yifeng chose to act, he certainly had his own plans. At this moment, Yifeng was contemplating something. He still had over 100 evolution points on him, which could be used to upgrade his skills. Should he upgrade his defensive skill, Indestructible Vajra? Or upgrade his offensive skill, Sky Rending Claws? After his comprehensive consideration, he still decided to upgrade his offensive skill first. In the current situation, no matter how strong his defense was, he couldn't kill the sand eagle. He could only take passive hits. He wanted to try his best for a one-hit kill to take down the D-grade sand eagle. Use evolution points to upgrade Sky Rending Claws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 100 evolution points. Sky Rending Claws upgraded. LV1 told V2.it took a full 100 evolution points to upgrade his innate skill. This consumption was a bit too much. Different skill upgrades required varying amounts of evolution points. Especially innate skills, which consumed the most evolution points to upgrade. Of course, the effect was also excellent. The D-grade sand eagle naturally also noticed Yifeng's presence. After killing 2 golden beetles nearby, it quickly flew towards Yifeng. Its speed was very fast. Its extremely sharp beak charged directly at Yifeng's body. Seeing this, Yifeng had no intention of running. It was a perfect opportunity to test himself against this D-grade sand eagle. Just as the sand eagle's attack was about to reach Yifeng, he didn't hesitate. Sky-rending claws. A white handprint appeared on Yifeng's hand, attacking the D-grade sand eagle's beak.
Initially, when Yifeng used the level 1 sky-rending claws, the handprint was very ethereal.
If you didn't look closely, you couldn't see it at all. Soon, the two clashed. Bang!
A very ear-piercing collision sound came. Immediately after, Yifeng's palm grabbed.
He gripped the D-class sand sculpture's head. Bang!
The sand sculpture's head directly exploded. The audience in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but gasp, their faces showing an extremely horrified expression.
I'm not seeing things, am I? Why did I see the shape of a giant palm? Could this be the legendary divine palm of the Tathagata? What kind of skill is this? I really want to learn it too. Coach, I want to learn this. Is this an ability Yifeng already possesses in reality? Where did Yifeng learn this skill? Could it be that cultivators really exist?
In Dragon Nation, at the National Destiny Bureau, Director Wang fell into deep thought after seeing this scene. He was also very curious about the skill Yifeng possessed. He couldn't be sure if this was an ability Yifeng acquired in the real world. Moreover, as they investigated this world, they discovered this world is indeed full of many mysteries.
Some ancient myths and legends might actually be true.
Even within Dragon Nation, some special occurrences have been found. They even discovered some people with special abilities. However, these people usually live deep in the mountains and forests, making them difficult to track down. This would take some time. Just as he was thinking about these things, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Report, Director Wang, the leads regarding the investigation into Yifeng's parents' deaths have come out. Both of his parents were employees of a game design company. One day, they were driving home after working overtime late.
To avoid an oncoming car,
they drove directly into the adjacent large river. Later, after extensive salvage efforts, they were unable to find the submerged car or his parents. Director Wang furrowed his brow slightly, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said,
"Immediately send more people.
Even if we have to drain that river, we must find that car. We need to see them alive, or find their bodies."
Yes.
Director Wang seemed to think of something else and said meaningfully, "Besides these, we also need to pay close attention to some people around us.
Some people may not be on our side. You are my confidant, and I trust you 100%. Yes."
After agreeing, the person slowly withdrew. Director Wang not only had to pay attention to domestic affairs but also communicate with the National Fate Bureaus of other countries. For example, the National Fate Bureau of the Furnace country was in some communication with him. Currently, these National Fate players are randomly selected. The relationships between them do not necessarily represent the relationships between countries. Once countries can send messages to their own players, the relationships between these National Fate players might change. Yifeng was unaware of these direct contests between nations. At this moment, Yifeng had only one thought in his mind: eat. Though the name sand sculpture doesn't sound appealing, the taste, however, was quite satisfying. This sand sculpture was simply too large. It took Yifeng a full 10 minutes to finish eating. This was also partly because he deliberately slowed down. He had consumed so many high-grade foods in such a short period. His absorption and digestion were a bit slow. Devoured D-grade sand sculpture, strength +5, speed +30, agility +30, evolution points +30, acquired skill, flight LV1, memory fragment. Holy crap! Did I really acquire the flight skill? This is simply incredible. For Yifeng, this was an extremely practical ability. If he ever encountered Iron Man again, he wouldn't have to stand on the ground, waiting to be beaten. Yifeng wasn't too eager to use his flying ability just yet. He planned to wait for a suitable opportunity before trying it out. After everything was dealt with, Yifeng had no intention of moving forward. He simply rested on the spot. Then, he began to examine the acquired memory fragment. This was already the second memory fragment he had obtained. The first memory fragment led him to the water pool.
He wondered what clues the second memory fragment would provide.
So, Yifeng no longer hesitated and directly began to absorb this memory fragment. As he absorbed it, a large amount of memories poured into his mind, making Yifeng's head feel a bit swollen for a moment. It was clear that the D-grade sand sculpture's memory fragment contained more information than the F-grade desert ants.
This also demanded more from Yifeng's mental capacity.
Since he had nothing to do at the moment, Yifeng simply lay there, absorbing memories while waiting for the second mission to be issued.
Yifeng, clutching his head and lying on the ground, startled the viewers in the live stream room. Holy cow, what's going on? Wasn't Yifeng just full of life and energy? Why is he suddenly collapsed on the ground? Could this be a heat stroke? Still can't overeat or overdrink.
Look, Yifeng's body, at its heaviest, weighs less than 100 gene. Yet, the amount of food he's eaten is already at least several thousand gene.
And the amount of water he's drunk is even more terrifying.
Maybe he ate too much at once, and his body isn't quite used to it.
Yifeng, you must hold on. Some foreign netizens, upon seeing Yifeng's situation, all showed very happy smiles on their faces.
However, they had already learned their lesson many times before.
As long as the announcement didn't indicate Yifeng's death,
they wouldn't assume Yifeng was dead. At this moment, they were all secretly anticipating Yifeng's swift demise.
As time progressed, an hour passed.
Yifeng lay motionless on the desert. Ding, congratulations to the host, flight skill upgraded, LV1 to LV2.
Can skills be upgraded even while lying down? This is truly delightful.
Yifeng had no previous flying experience.
But the D-rank Sand Eagle did.
After absorbing memory fragments, he also absorbed these flying experiences. Thus, the flight skill was upgraded. Of course, it also allowed him to gain some other things: gold mines, pyramids, and so on. The experience of this D-rank Sand Eagle was quite rich. It once passed by a pyramid. It even caught gold devouring ants to eat. Just then, an announcement appeared. Announcement. The second task begins. Contestants can vote to decide where to complete the task. Task locations: Pyramid, Jingjue Ancient City, Flaming Mountains. Voting time 3 minutes, 1 vote per person. This announcement instantly captivated contestants from various countries and audiences worldwide.
Contestants from all countries began to ponder how to vote, where to cast their votes. After seeing this announcement, a very happy smile appeared on Yifeng's face. He had just acquired information about the pyramid's location. He already had an answer for these 3 choices. He would definitely choose the pyramid. He just didn't know how others would choose. If others didn't choose the pyramid, it wouldn't have much impact on Yifeng, actually. It's just a matter of changing where to eat. It won't affect his eating no matter where he goes. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the audience watching the competition started discussing after seeing the 3 locations. Some professional streamers in various live broadcast rooms began to express their opinions. Expert Wu looked at the live broadcast room and said with a smile, "I've been to the ancient city of Jingjue before and have relevant experience. If Yifeng chooses the ancient city of Jingjue, I can offer him some advice. Moreover, there will be some zongzi there, which he should quite enjoy eating." Teacher Lu, holding a golden cudgel, gestured with it and then said, "I think going to the Flaming Mountains is also a good choice. The Flaming Mountains here should be similar to the Flaming Mountains in the TV series I filmed back then. I also have some experience in this regard." These viewers also began to voice their opinions. "I also think the ancient city of Jingjue is better. Maybe we can even meet the Queen of Jingjue. The pyramid isn't bad either. If one could get a pyramid, that would be absolutely magnificent. The Flaming Mountains are too hot. I don't think anyone would choose them, right?" Time passed quickly. 3 minutes flashed by. The voting results of the contestants also appeared. Pyramid 100 votes. Ancient City of Jingjue 98 votes. Flaming Mountains 2 votes. Clearly, the Flaming Mountains, just by their name, aren't a great destination. Hardly anyone would choose them. Announcement. The second mission, searching for the pyramid, begins. Counting starts from the moment the first person arrives at the pyramid and will last for 1 day. After the mission, individual points will be ranked, and rewards and penalties will be given.
The first person to reach the pyramid will receive a reward. After hearing this announcement, the contestants from various countries were all dumbfounded.
Is that all? You need to tell us where the pyramid is first. We don't even know the location of the pyramid. How are we supposed to explore it? They're not making us search for the pyramid in the desert, are they?
At this moment, a very happy smile appeared on Yifeng's face.
It really is the pyramid.
This way, he can directly head towards the pyramid based on Shadio's memory. The first person to reach the pyramid will receive an excellent reward. Yifeng naturally couldn't let such a good thing go to others. So, Yifeng pulled out his skateboard and started sliding quickly in one direction. The sky was already growing dim, suggesting nightfall, but Yifeng had no intention of stopping to rest. Now that his strength had improved, not sleeping for days and nights was no problem at all.
This is a national fate game. There's no time to rest. And in the real world.
Inside the Pyramid Nation's live stream room, a mummy wrapped entirely in white cloth was lying on the ground.
Then, the mummy suddenly rose and said, "I know the location of the pyramid now."
As expected of the pharaoh, to be able to sense the location of the pyramid.
Our Pyramid Nation will be the one to reach the pyramid.
The pyramid belongs to our Pyramid Nation.
The pharaoh's white wraps look so cool, I want to get a set too. Do you think more pyramids might appear in our country?
The director of the Pyramid Nation's National Fate Bureau, upon hearing the speech of his country's contestant, the pharaoh, showed a very excited expression on his face.
He said to his subordinate,
"Immediately bet 10 billion on our country's contestant. Currently, our contestant's odds are still very high. Wait a moment longer, and the odds could drop at any time."
Global National Fate Game website. This is a platform jointly built by several major countries. People from all countries can log in, browse information, and make comments. They can also top up their accounts, which is essential.
The currency inside is called National Fate Coins.
One National Fate Coin is roughly equivalent to one Dragon Coin.
Originally, Dragon Nation was already a very powerful country. Coupled with gaining so many benefits in the National Fate game,
most smaller countries basically look up to Dragon Nation. At this moment, a guessing game appeared on it. It was about, this time, who will find the pyramid first. A total of 200 national contestants could be guessed.
At first, no one could be sure which contestant would find the pyramid, so everyone randomly bet small amounts.
The highest amount on any contestant did not exceed 10 million National Fate Coins.
But as the contestant from Lighthouse Nation announced the confirmed location of the pyramid,
in less than a minute,
there were already 50 billion National Fate Coins on Lighthouse Nation's contestant.
As time went on,
the amount kept increasing.
The odds kept decreasing.
Soon, other national contestants also announced clues to finding the pyramid. These contestants had awakened very powerful talents, so it was quite normal for a few to pinpoint locations.
Soon, there were only 3 minutes left until the end of the betting. Currently, the total amount in the betting pool has reached 500 billion National Fortune Coins.
Although Yifeng didn't say it, judging from his previous performance, most of the people in Long Country would essentially bet on him.
He currently also has 1 billion National Fortune Coins on him.
Long Country's audience was also discussing this topic at this time.
Do you think Yifeng can be the first to find the pyramid? I've bet a whole month's food money on it. No way? You're betting on Yifeng and still thinking about making money? We are all purely supporting Yifeng. We can't let Yifeng fall too far behind others in the betting amount. Players from other countries only started to act after carefully identifying and confirming the direction of the pyramid. But Yifeng immediately set off after hearing the announcement. The possibility is very slim.
Currently, Yifeng's betting amount is 1 billion national fortune coins, placing him in the top 50.
That's not bad. You should learn from me. Bet 1,000 national fortune coins on Yifeng.
Then bet 500 national fortune coins on the pyramid country player.
Good thing I was quick with my hands back then. I got a triple multiplier.
Earning money from other countries to support our player.
But it's too late now. The pyramid country player's multiplier is only 1 now. The money earned isn't even enough to cover the transaction fees. The current favorite to win is still the pyramid country player. He was the first to pinpoint the location of the pyramid. At this moment, in the National Fortune Bureau of Long Country, Director Wang was pondering something. Finally, he decided to still trust Yifeng. As he investigated Yifeng, he increasingly discovered that Yifeng was full of many mysteries. So far, it was as if there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Currently, Yes Group has been established. Because the oil fields have not yet been found, the funds within Yes Group are not very substantial. The money obtained from those 100 pools is probably worth tens of billions. He said to his subordinate, "In the name of Yes Group, bet 100 billion national fortune coins on Yifeng. If we win, it will be considered Yifeng's property. If we don't win, it will be our way of supporting Yifeng. No matter what ranking it is, our dragon country must be number 1. Yes." Director Wang's action actually came with considerable confidence. And even if the final betting fails, he won't lose much money. At most, he'd only lose a few tens of billions, and might even earn some money. Because of the construction of this national fortune game website, Dragon Country's contribution was not small. The profits from this betting event. The few big countries can divide these profits equally. So, there's really nothing to worry about. To gain high profits, one certainly needs to take some risks. Aside from other things, just Dragon Country's oil company alone has seen its market value increase by more than tenfold. There's also a more important reason: with the arrival of the national fortune game, the value of money may suffer a severe impact. Just as the betting event was about to end, 100 billion national fortune coins were placed directly on Yifeng. The host began to commentate on the betting. "Let's see, what's the final amount on the contestant from Pyramid Nation this time? 100 billion? Just before the last 3 minutes, I remember it was only 90 billion. Could it be that another big boss directly placed 100 billion? Let's look at the second place. Pyramid Nation? Wait, then who is in first place? It's actually Dragon Country? Holy moly, the Dragon Country contestant had 100 billion placed on him in the last 3 minutes? Isn't this just giving money away to everyone? That's really hilarious. With no performance from the Dragon Country contestant, he can still have 100 billion placed on him? This suddenly appearing E-group might go bankrupt this time. Some countries and companies began investigating what was going on with this suddenly appearing E-group. Even the audience from Dragon Country looked shocked at this moment. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? What's going on? As a person from Dragon Country, I've never heard of the Yi Group before. Could this be Yi Feng's company? How much is 100 billion? I have absolutely no concept of it. In the desert, Yi Feng was driving a skateboard, moving forward quickly. At this moment, Yi Feng was thinking about something. Should he go to the pyramids first? Or should he go to the gold mine first? Actually, Yi Feng couldn't be 100% sure if there really was a gold mine. Based on the D-grade cringe memory, gold-eating ants are a type of ant that feeds on gold. Where gold-eating ants appear, gold is sure to be found. As for how much gold there might be, that's impossible to determine. Even a D-grade cringe can't eat too many gold-eating ants. Eating too many can easily lead to indigestion. Through fragmented memories, Yi Feng could determine that the location where the gold-eating ants appeared was about half an hour's journey from the pyramid. If Yi Feng were to head directly to the pyramid now, it would take 2 hours. However, the location of the gold-eating ants was not directly in front of him. He would have to take a detour to get to the gold-eating ants. This would add another half an hour to his journey. He thought for a moment and finally decided to go check out the gold-eating ants. It was already very late. He could only see the ground by moonlight. The other people in the desert probably wouldn't find the pyramid that quickly. Thinking this, Yifeng no longer hesitated, immediately changed direction, and continued forward. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at his destination. He stopped immediately. As soon as he stopped, it immediately caught the attention of the Dragon Kingdom audience. Why did Yifeng stop? Is he in danger? I think Yifeng must be tired and plans to rest before continuing. It's all desert here, and it's nighttime, there's no way to tell directions. I just saw Yifeng change direction many times while moving forward. He wasn't traveling in a straight line. The deviation from his initial direction was quite significant. The next scene left these viewers dumbfounded. They saw that Yifeng was actually digging in the sand. And the digging speed was incredibly fast. This caused serious confusion and bewilderment among the audience. Bear Grylls, the wilderness survival expert, seeing that everyone was confused by Yifeng's actions, began to speak, saying, "From my past experience, it's highly likely that the Dragon Kingdom contestant intends to dig a sand pit and spend the night in it. The temperature difference between day and night outside is quite large. Some people who have just entered the desert might not be able to adapt to this environment. It's also possible that if a wild animal were to attack him while he's resting at night, it would disturb his sleep. So, sleeping in the sand means he doesn't have to worry about being disturbed. Of course, this doesn't rule out other possibilities." After Bear Grylls gave several possibilities, he still added a sentence at the end to avoid being proven wrong. I think Bear Grylls makes a lot of sense, he's truly a master of wilderness survival. Bear Grylls, I've watched every single one of your shows, they're truly amazing. If only Bear Grylls could participate in the National Fate game. As time went on. 3 minutes later. Yifeng's digging speed finally slowed down. Bang! A very loud sound emanated, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the live stream. At this moment, a question popped into everyone's mind. Is there some kind of metal in the sand? Could it be that he's dug up some treasure? After Yifeng continued digging, everyone's expressions changed drastically once they saw what it was. Gold? How can there be gold? Could it be that he's dug up a gold mine? How did Yifeng know there was gold down here? Upon seeing the gold, Yifeng's face broke into a smile. There really is some. Without any hesitation, he continued digging along the edge. First, he placed the national flag in the center of the gold mine. That way, there would be 100 gold mines in the country. As he dug, he soon encountered a golden yellow ant as thick as an arm. Its whole body was golden, just like an ant made of gold. Gold-devouring ant. Level, E class. Description: the gold-devouring ant is a very special ant that feeds on gold. It has very sharp teeth that can easily crush gold, and its body defense is also very strong. Gold-devouring ants don't like to eat animal flesh, but they will actively attack animals that get close to their gold. After reading the description of the gold-devouring ant, Yifeng didn't hesitate, directly slapping the ant's body with his palm. Then, he put the gold-devouring ant into his stomach. Devoured E-class gold-devouring ant. Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Evolution points plus 10. Immediately after, Yifeng continued forward without any pause. After he devoured 20 gold-devouring ants, the notification sound finally changed. Devoured E-class gold-devouring ant. Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Evolution points plus 10, Adamantine body upgraded, LV2 to LV3. So, Yifeng picked up a gold-devouring ant, placed it on his arm, and let it bite him. After several attempts, the gold-devouring ant failed to break Yifeng's arm, not even leaving a single mark. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but gasp in unison when they saw this scene. They had all seen the description of the gold-devouring ant just now. Doesn't this mean that Yifeng's body is already harder than gold? Amidst their shocked gazes,
Yifeng directly swallowed the live gold-devouring ant. Then, Yifeng conjured a Dragon Kingdom flag out of thin air and planted it on the gold mine.
Announcement.
Dragon Kingdom contestant Shura has occupied a gold mine 1,000 tons.
100 random gold mines 1,000 tons each are rewarded within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Dragon Kingdom National Destiny, plus 50.
Immediately after, Yifeng waved his hand and collected the 1,000-ton gold mine into his personal space. There was no time for him to linger and eat now. He needed to rush to the pyramid first. There was also a reward for the first person to reach the vicinity of the pyramid. He immediately got up, landed on the ground, and began moving quickly.
In just another half an hour, he would be able to reach the pyramid.
The Dragon Kingdom audience, upon seeing this scene, was completely dumbfounded.
From ancient times to the present, gold has always been an extremely important resource. The value of any item can change. But gold does not. In the event of conflict, gold becomes hard currency. Is this real? Our country just got an extra ton of gold? How much is that worth? 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms. 1 kilogram equals 1,000 grams.
1 gram is approximately 1000.so. The total value of these gold mines is approximately multiply 1000 multiply 1000 multiply 1000. I wish there were gold mines under my house. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the National Destiny Bureau, Director Wang almost fainted, gasping for breath, after hearing that so many gold mines were about to appear within the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Once these gold mines are excavated, the global price of gold will be affected.
The Dragon Kingdom's economy will develop even further. However, the Dragon Kingdom is too vast.
It will take some time to explore these underground resources.
But that doesn't matter.
As long as the resources are within the Dragon Kingdom's borders, they will eventually be discovered.
Continue to send more personnel. We can also mobilize civilian forces.
As long as anyone discovers information about oil fields and gold mines, there will be generous rewards.
Yes.
Some other countries also became busy at this time.
The increase in the Dragon Kingdom's strength was not good news for some other countries. In the desert,
Iron Man and the others, who were advancing, were stunned upon hearing this announcement.
Iron Man said with some confusion, "The Dragon Kingdom contestant isn't looking for the pyramid's location, but actually ran off to find a gold mine? That's really quite interesting."
The player from Universe Nation smiled and said, "It's not that the Dragon Nation player doesn't want to find the pyramid, but that he doesn't have the location of the pyramid.
There's nothing he can do even if he wants to find it. He doesn't have my ability. I can steal things from others.
We wanted to trade the pyramid's location with Pyramid Nation, but they were unwilling. In the end, I had no choice but to steal the location information. This way, there's no way to pinpoint the Dragon Nation player's location." The Shah Emperor from Sand Nation poked his head out of the sand and said,
"Azura uses a skateboard as a means of transport, often gliding through the air.
Once he doesn't make contact with the sand, I have no way to track his location either." The player from Bullfighting Nation, Red Bull, had transformed into a bull and was staring intently at Fire Girl, who was blazing with flames not far away. It looked as if he was about to charge at any moment.
Fire Girl snorted coldly and said, "What are you looking at? Keep looking and I'll burn you into beef, believe it or not?"
Red Bull was so scared he dared not look at Fire Girl again. The reason was simple: not long ago, he had just been walked over by Fire Girl. If it weren't for Iron Man breaking up the fight, he would have really been burned to death by Fire Girl. Iron Man glanced at Fire Girl and quickly said,
"Everyone, please calm down, let's not hurt our camaraderie. Azura is our common enemy. I'm willing to lead everyone to the pyramid this time, but it's not for free.
The conditions are also very simple.
The first condition is that I must be the first to reach the pyramid.
The second condition is that upon seeing Azura from Dragon Nation, you must join me in attacking and eliminating him. I've already discussed these with you before. I hope none of you will go back on your word.
Otherwise, the consequences might not be what you wish to see." Not just in the game, but in the real world as well. Upon hearing Iron Man say this, no one said much. They had all agreed to these requests. For them, there wasn't really any loss. Iron Man still highly valued Fire Girl. Among these people, when it came to frontal combat ability, Fire Girl's combat power would not be inferior to his. Of course, if he were to fight Fire Girl, victory would definitely be his. Just the ability to fly alone already put him in an invincible position. The Iron Man suit he wore was a second-generation suit, specifically a suit from the movie Iron Man 2. Compared to the suit from Iron Man 1. The reactor of the Mark II armor has been upgraded, and the number of missiles and rockets has also increased. Its destructive power is extremely great. There are also more auxiliary functions. For example, a filtration device has also been added inside this Iron Man suit. He can directly urinate inside the Iron Man suit. The filtration device filters and purifies this urine, directly delivering it to his mouth for drinking. Of course, it's not exclusively for filtering urine. In the wilderness, it can also purify other water for drinking. It goes without saying which one is more convenient to obtain in the desert. These people continued to move forward. Their speed was still relatively fast. At this moment, in the beautiful country's live stream room, the viewers all began to comment. They say our beautiful country's contestant has brains, huh? From the moment he entered the National Fate game, I thought he was a thoughtful person. Even if Dragon Country gets those gold mines, it doesn't really matter. That's just a pile of gold anyway. This time, our beautiful country's Iron Man will definitely be the first to reach the pyramid. I bet 3,000 National Fate coins on him. With so many contestants from different countries gathered, perhaps only our beautiful country can manage this. As long as they encounter Dragon Country's contestant, they can definitely kill them. The director of the National Fate Bureau of Pyramid Country had already issued a statement on the National Fate website at this moment, expressing his strong condemnation of Cosmic Country. Your Cosmic Country's contestant is truly shameless, aren't they? Our Pyramid Country's contestant didn't trade the pyramid's location with you, and you actually just stole it? In the real world, you people just love to steal things from other countries. And in the National Fate game, it's actually the same? The director of the National Fate Bureau of Cosmic Country immediately responded. In the National Fate game, anything can happen. This is a talent awakened by the contestant. You can't possibly prevent our country's contestant from using their talent, can you? Besides, this is called courtesy before force. Who told your Pyramid Country's contestant not to cooperate? If you're so capable, why don't you tell Dragon Country's contestant not to kill contestants from other countries? This left the director of the National Fate Bureau of Pyramid Country speechless for a moment. He wouldn't dare to create conflict with Dragon Country. It wasn't because he was particularly righteous and insisted on condemning Cosmic Country. Rather, it was because this incident meant a whole 10 billion National Fate coins just disappeared for him. He hoped his country's pharaoh could move faster and be the first to reach the pyramid. But the pharaoh, being a mummy, had limited speed after all. This made him somewhat worried. At this moment, in the real world, the director of the National Luck Bureau of another country also had a very worried expression on his face. Huanu's twin sister had previously suffered from a serious illness, bedridden, and Huanu earned money to treat her sister. With the advent of the National Luck game, her sister's condition worsened. Now, she's simply fallen into a coma. Director, her body temperature has reached 0 degrees, and this temperature continues to drop. I can feel a very cold sensation even standing around her. For a normal person, as long as the body temperature isn't around 36.5 degrees Celsius, the body will react abnormally. If it reached 0 degrees, she would have already died. I speculate this might be related to talent awakening. But we have no experience in this area at all. Now her breathing is becoming weaker and weaker. If this continues, she might not be able to hold on much longer. The director of the Furnace Country's National Luck Bureau, after hearing his subordinate's report, his expression became even more solemn. It seems he must seek help from other countries. He pondered, which country should he seek out? Dragon country? Beautiful country? He had to be cautious.
A person who might be awakening a talent, once discovered by people from other countries.
The consequences would be unimaginable.
Looking at it from another perspective, as long as she is saved, it means that the furnace country has a person awakening a talent.
This is probably something other countries wouldn't want to see.
For him, this was a very difficult decision. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's see how things develop.
I'll start sounding out other countries now. Tomorrow morning, I will make a decision."
As time passed, in the desert map, a dazzling golden light emanated from the vision of a contestant.
Especially now, in the dead of night.
These golden lights appeared particularly dazzling. It was precisely from the Pharaoh's livestream in the Pyramid Country. The audience in the livestream had already erupted in excitement.
Holy crap, what's with this golden light? It must be the pyramid, right?
Judging by the intensity of the light, the pyramid's size won't be small.
Is Pyramid Country going to be the first to reach the pyramid? I'm going to make a fortune. I bet a lot on the Pyramid Country's contestant. Pharaoh, hurry up and go, go, go.
What do you guys think will be rewarded to the first person to reach the pyramid? Those who bet on the Pyramid Country's contestant now had smiles all over their faces.
10 minutes later.
Look, everyone, we can also see golden light in our beautiful country's livestream now.
Iron Man's speed is much faster than that mummy pharaoh.
First place is definitely ours, beautiful countries.
I'm betting on Iron Man, hoping he can deliver. If Iron Man can reach the pyramid first, I'll rewatch the entire Iron Man movie series. No matter what, Iron Man will definitely arrive before long country's Azura.
This time, the Yi Group's 100 billion will go down the drain.
It's really satisfying.
At this moment, Long Country's contestants saw Yifeng sandboarding and eating gold at the same time, which was truly delightful.
They didn't feel angry or anything.
After all, Yifeng had already brought so much gold to Long Country.
If he doesn't get to the pyramid first, then he doesn't get there first. Anyway, it's Yifeng's money that's being lost.
Yifeng had no idea at this point that contestants from other countries had already discovered the pyramid.
Just as he was moving forward, two prompts suddenly appeared before his eyes. Prompt: someone is already approaching the area around the pyramid. In approximately 20 minutes, someone will arrive at the pyramid ahead of schedule. Prompt: you can reach the pyramid ahead of schedule by upgrading your flight skill.
Upon seeing these two prompts, Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He looked incredulous.
How did the others find the pyramid's location? It seems these people have some extraordinary methods.
It's a good thing the prompts appeared, otherwise, someone else would have gotten there first before Yifeng even reached the pyramid.
If that really happened, he would be very upset. Since that's the case, he won't be polite either.
The evolution points he had just acquired, not many of them, were about to disappear again.
Start upgrading flight.
Ding, congratulations to the host, flight skill upgraded, LV2 to LV3. A level 3 flight skill could already achieve the flight speed of a D-rank Sand Eagle. The speed was incredibly fast. What made Yifeng feel a bit pained, though, was that most of his evolution points were consumed again.
These evolution points really didn't seem to be enough. Immediately after, Yifeng stopped and put away his skateboard. He would only need that thing later. After all, flying consumes a lot of energy. He couldn't just keep flying around.
Even birds are the same. In Long Country's livestream, there were many foreigners watching.
Upon seeing Yifeng put away his skateboard,
these foreign viewers immediately began to mock him impatiently. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's contestant performed too exceptionally, and they had been trying to find an opportunity to smear Yifeng, but hadn't found one yet.
Is the Dragon Kingdom contestant planning to give up now? They've even put their skateboard away already. The Dragon Kingdom contestant isn't up to it.
He's just a simple-minded glutton with brawn but no brains. Finding a pyramid, which requires intellect, is something he just can't do.
The Dragon Kingdom contestant isn't seriously planning to walk on foot to find it, is he? How is that possible?
Just as these viewers hadn't even finished speaking, the scene unfolding before their eyes stunned everyone in the livestream. They truly had their understanding refreshed once again by Yifeng. They actually saw Yifeng fly directly into the air out of nowhere. Then, he moved at a very fast speed towards a certain direction.
What? What's going on? How can a person fly? Is this Yifeng's awakened talent?
I still haven't figured out exactly what Yifeng's awakened talent is.
A love for eating? Invulnerability? Flight? Perhaps this isn't Yifeng's awakened talent, maybe he could fly all along?
Since the National Fortune game has already appeared,
the legends of sacred fires and immortal cultivation in our Dragon Kingdom shouldn't all be false, right? Foreign netizens seemed unwilling to accept this reality. Even seeing Yifeng fly, they wouldn't say anything nice.
Flying isn't anything special. Our pretty country's Iron Man has been flying for a long time. And he'll be the first to reach the pyramid very soon. I seriously suspect that the Dragon Kingdom contestant is cheating.
Why isn't there an option to report in the National Fortune game?
Those who bet on the Dragon Kingdom contestant, just wait to jump off the rooftop.
In less than a minute, a dazzling golden light also appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream.
This startled the other foreign viewers,
especially the viewers from Pyramid Country and Pretty Country.
Pharaoh and Iron Man were both hot favorites to win the championship. Each of them had 70 to 80 billion National Fortune coins. If the ultimate champion wasn't one of them, but Yifeng, the rooftops would be packed with people. Often, the more people worry about something happening, the more likely it is to happen. Under the gaze of these viewers, Yifeng approached the pyramid at a very fast speed.
5 minutes later, everyone could already see the huge outline of the pyramid. Just at this moment, Pharaoh, Iron Man, Azura.
The outlines of the pyramids in their 3 lines of sight were all roughly the same size. This means they have all arrived at roughly the same distance.
This startled the audience.
One must know, Yifeng started later than both of them.
And now he has already caught up. This indicates one thing: Yifeng's speed is faster than any of theirs.
Another 5 minutes passed. Yifeng has now reached the foot of the pyramid.
A towering pyramid appeared before his eyes.
He couldn't help but gasp at the sight of this pyramid, which was at least 300 meters tall.
The pyramids in the real world aren't even fit to carry this pyramid's shoes. Is this their mission location? I wonder, can this pyramid be eaten?
Yifeng began to approach the pyramid. The audience in the live stream, upon seeing this scene, all showed extremely shocked expressions.
Holy cow, this pyramid is so big. It must be at least 100 meters tall, right? What, 100 meters? At least 300 meters? Look at the dazzling light emanating from this pyramid. Its material is probably not simple. I wonder what kind of things will be inside this pyramid. Gold and jewels everywhere? Are there mummies?
Just then, the Iron Man from the beautiful country has arrived within 3,000 meters of the pyramid.
He laughed loudly. Ah, I finally made it first. Pyramid, here I come.
The first place reward, here I come.
Motherland, do you see this?
Just wait to receive your reward. At this moment, the audience in the beautiful country's live stream, upon seeing this scene, already looked like they wanted to cry. Many people from the beautiful country were already sitting on their rooftops watching the live broadcast. Most people in the beautiful country had bet on Iron Man. The director of the National Fate Bureau in Pyramid Country had already fainted to the ground. 200 billion National Fate coins are no small sum for their country. Unlike Dragon Country, which is now completely rich and powerful, even 1 trillion wouldn't catch their eye. Under everyone's gaze, Yifeng finally arrived within 100 meters of the pyramid. And at this moment, an announcement appeared.
Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Azura is the first to reach the pyramid.
The pyramid search mission has begun and will end in 1 day. At the same time, the location of the pyramid in the desert will be marked. Contestants who have not yet reached the pyramid, please arrive as soon as possible. After the mission, contestants who have not reached inside the pyramid will have their individual points deducted. In this mission, only by being inside the pyramid can one earn individual points and participate in the ranking. Reward: obtain a resurrection card to resurrect an ancient person for those with awakened talents. Dragon Nation's Destiny, plus 100. After this announcement, both the Destiny contestants and global audience became excited. Especially these Destiny contestants, most of whom were in a state of bewilderment. Holy crap, I haven't even found the pyramid's location yet, and the Dragon Nation contestant has already reached it? This is too insane. Staying up all night to find the pyramid instead of sleeping, isn't this a bit too competitive? This means I just lay down and now I have to get up. There's no way to live like this. Roasted by the sun all day, and still can't get a good rest at night. I'm crying. After the pyramid's location was marked, there's a pyramid only 2 hours away. If I had known this location earlier, I could have been the first. Iron Man in the sky looked at the distant pyramid, a dazed expression on his face. He couldn't quite believe it. How did Yifeng get ahead of them? This really made him furious. He decided to seize this opportunity to kill Yifeng. He didn't immediately rush forward, but waited in place for the others to arrive. To be the first to arrive here, he had accelerated, leaving his companions behind. This time, to ensure Yifeng's death, he couldn't act rashly. If he lost his Iron Man suit now, the subsequent actions would be much more troublesome. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Nation were all cheering excitedly. Yifeng is amazing, winning first place again. I hit the jackpot. I casually bet 1,000 national destiny coins on Yifeng, and now it's multiplied tenfold. I get it now. The final big winner is Yifeng. That Yi group must be Yifeng's company. He must have known he would win first place and secretly bet on himself. With this announcement, the final results of the betting event were also released. Yifeng took first place. Those who bet on other contestants lost miserably. Neither of the two hot favorites won the championship. People worldwide were jumping off buildings and rooftops. Why are those in front jumping so slowly? Hurry up! The Dragon Nation contestant has caused so much harm. All my family's assets are gone. I should have bet on the Dragon Nation contestant. Within minutes, the earnings from this betting event were already out. There was only one big winner, Yi Group. Other people who backed Yifeng could also get a piece of the pie. The Yi Group directly reaped 1 trillion in profit from this betting event. Don't think that a tenfold odds is very high or exaggerated. In some small countries, the odds are hundreds, or even thousands, of times. Yet, not many people bet on them. This is clearly impossible. As for why everyone didn't bet on the Dragon Kingdom's contestant at first? The reason was stated before: contestants from other countries used various methods to pinpoint the pyramid's location. Among all countries globally, except for Dragon Kingdom, everyone was in sorrow and grief. At this time, the citizens of Pyramid Nation had already voiced strong protests, demanding a replacement for the director of the National Destiny Bureau. The director of the National Destiny Bureau of Pyramid Nation, upon seeing this situation, knew that he had to take responsibility for his erroneous decision. Thus, he published a statement on the Global National Destiny official website. Starting today, I will no longer serve as the director of the National Destiny Bureau of Pyramid Nation. The next director of the National Destiny Bureau will lead our entire nation in participating in this game of national destiny. After this statement was released, the world was in an uproar. This was the first time a director of the National Destiny Bureau had been replaced. The director of the National Destiny Bureau is a position that can be held by anyone designated by the state. Generally speaking, the director of the National Destiny Bureau does not get replaced. But when a major erroneous decision occurs, there's no other way. At this moment, within the borders of Dragon Kingdom, there was widespread joy and laughter. In Dragon Kingdom, Director Wang of the National Destiny Bureau, upon seeing an additional 1 trillion national destiny coins in the Yi Group's account, broke into a very happy smile. This process of gaining a tenfold profit without paying any price was truly exhilarating. Yi Feng is truly a trustworthy person. He has decided that from now on, no matter what Yi Feng does, he will firmly believe in him. As everyone investigated, some information about the Yi Group was also gathered. Director Wang had no intention of hiding the Yi Group. This was information that could be released to the public. Yi Group. Owner, Yi Feng. Current capital, 1.2 trillion. Business scope, drinking water, oil, gold. After this information became known to everyone, they couldn't help but gasp. Holy moly, the Yi Group really belongs to Yi Feng? Turns out Yi Feng is also a trillionaire. Globally, there aren't even 10 companies with a market value exceeding $1 trillion. The Yi Group, this instantly makes it one of the most powerful companies in the world. Brother upstairs, you're underestimating the Yi Group. You said market value. The Yi Group has 1.2 trillion in cash. If it were to go public, its market value would have at least a few more zeros added to it. And just look at what it's dealing with. You guys say, Yi Feng is so rich, why is he so thin from hunger? Could it be that he's still someone who lives frugally? At this moment, Yi Feng still didn't know that he, who originally only had 10 cents, now possessed assets worth $1 trillion yuan. $1 trillion company was waiting for him to return and take over. Yi Feng was currently focused on the resurrection card in his hand. Just by hearing the name, he knew that this thing was not simple. Yi Feng had originally planned to enter the pyramid first, and then slowly study this resurrection card. Ding, each pyramid requires 5 people to arrive before its gate can officially open. After passing the trial, you can enter to explore. During the waiting period, the area around the pyramid is a safe zone. No attacks are allowed on other contestants. After seeing this prompt, he could only wait where he was. He hoped that the other contestants would be more proactive and not make him wait too long. Facing this situation, Yi Feng could only start studying the resurrection card's information. As his thoughts stirred, the resurrection card's attributes appeared before him. Resurrection card. Level, S-rank. Resurrected individuals possess S-rank talent. Function, resurrect ancient people, allowing them to descend into the real world. Note, there are many types of resurrection cards. Those that can be resurrected include characters from ancient times, myths and legends, anime and movies, and so on. After seeing the description of the resurrection card, Yi Feng couldn't help but gasp. This thing seemed a bit too powerful, didn't it? Resurrect ancient people? And with talent? Just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. What shocked him even more was that there were also resurrection cards that could revive characters from myths and legends. If he could obtain such a resurrection card, there would be nothing to worry about for the Dragon Country. Several figures of ancient people surfaced in Yi Feng's mind. Diao Chan, Yang Guifei, Shi Shi, Wang Xiaojun. He hoped to resurrect one of them. Just as Yi Feng was deep in thought, the audience in the live broadcast room, after seeing the S-rank resurrection card, were also engaged in a heated discussion. Holy crap, there's actually such an amazing item? Guess which ancient person will descend into the real world? I don't think it'll be lousy. If I could do it over, I'd choose Li Bai. I think Lu Bu is pretty good. I choose Monkey King. I choose Kai Wenji, her jungling is amazing. You're getting off topic, this isn't about choosing heroes to play a game. I think Daji would be great. Not only people from the Dragon Country, but people from other countries were also paying attention to the Dragon Country's live broadcast room. At this moment, all the national destiny bureaus across the country were in a state of extreme tension. Once Yi Feng uses this resurrection card, it signifies that a S-class awakened individual will appear in Dragon Country. This will pose a significant threat to other countries. Some countries have already discovered people with awakened talents, but they dare not announce it. Especially some smaller countries. If they were to announce their country's awakened talent today, this awakened person might disappear tomorrow. This is no longer a peaceful world. In Dragon Country, at the National Destiny Bureau, Director Wang was also watching Yifeng with a very tense expression.
Will their Dragon Country finally have its own awakened individual?
After investigation, he found that traces of human awakenings had appeared in many countries around the world. Although there was no direct evidence, some things could still be inferred. For example, Beautiful Country was frantically conducting experiments. Rumor has it that a very powerful person awakened in Beautiful Country, capable of smashing a car with a single punch.
Yifeng didn't waste time pondering too much about who would be resurrected. Wouldn't he know after using it?
Thinking of this, Yifeng said,
"Use the S-Class Resurrection card."
Ding, S-Class Resurrection card successfully used. Resurrecting an ancient Dragon Country person, medical sage Zhang Zhongjing S-Class. Upon hearing this name, Yifeng was momentarily stunned.
It's him?
As a citizen of Dragon Country, he was very familiar with the name of medical sage Zhang Zhongjing.
He wondered what abilities Zhang Zhongjing, with his awakened talent, might possess. However, these things currently had nothing to do with Yifeng.
Zhang Zhongjing would directly descend into the real world. He could meet Zhang Zhongjing after he went out.
He wondered if Zhang Zhongjing could solve Yifeng's problem of being so thin.
Yifeng found that he kept eating, but just couldn't gain weight, and this problem had always bothered him. As time progressed, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience members all began to speak up.
Holy cow, it's actually medical sage Zhang Zhongjing? Isn't this my ancestor? With the medical sage's arrival, my kidney deficiency problem can finally be resolved. Why not BNK? My main hero is BNK.
In Brazier Country, the director of the National Destiny Bureau, seeing this scene, immediately gave an order, saying sternly, "Take her with you, to Dragon Country, I'm coming too."
Yes. 3 minutes later.
Yifeng was stunned when he saw the few people approaching in the distance. He hadn't expected these people to arrive here so quickly. Iron Man flew through the air, and after reaching the pyramid, he said, "You run quite fast.
You actually managed to get here first.
Today, I refuse to believe that the 6 of us can't defeat you, can we?" Yifeng looked at these people. Iron Man from Beautiful Country, Fire Woman from Furnace Country, Red Bull from Bullfighting Country, Czar from Sand Country, Thief God from Cosmic Country, and
blank. He looked a little confused and said, "Aren't there only 5 people? Where's the other one?"
The ninja from Sakura Country suddenly spoke at this moment, "You can't even detect my body, just wait to die. In the last mission, the reward I received was a blade of the viper, which can instantly poison you to death."
Yifeng didn't pay attention. Instead, he looked at Fire Woman and said, "We meet again. You're not planning to kill me by joining them, are you? If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless."
Fire Woman stared at Yifeng fiercely but didn't say much. Yifeng had not only seen her naked, but every time they met, he wanted to strip her clothes off again.
She definitely couldn't tolerate that. Unless she killed Yifeng once, her resentment would not be appeased.
Iron Man laughed at this moment and said,
"What are you still saying here? Prepare to die."
All 6 of them rushed towards Yifeng. When they were not far from Yifeng, a voice suddenly appeared.
5 people have reached the vicinity of the pyramid. Pyramid entry authorization has begun. Pass the test to enter the pyramid. No fighting is allowed around the pyramid. Violators will face severe punishment. Inside the pyramid, there are no restrictions.
After this voice appeared, all 6 of them were momentarily stunned, and their attacking movements stopped. Iron Man snorted coldly and said,
"This time, I'll spare your life. I'll kill you once we enter the pyramid. No matter how tough your body is, can it withstand my relentless bombardment?
On the ground, you can only be a living target for my attacks.
I won't give you another chance to touch me."
Yifeng didn't care about what Iron Man said. Now his flying speed is much faster than Iron Man's.
Given an opportunity, he could tear Iron Man's suit off in the sky.
Yifeng didn't even spare Iron Man a glance and began walking towards the pyramid's entrance. He'd deal with things once he was inside the pyramid. In the American livestream, the viewers felt incredibly embarrassed for Iron Man, seeing him so smug and overconfident.
Just fight, why are you talking so much nonsense? You're not the only one who can fly. If Iron Man underestimates his opponent like this, he's very likely to suffer a loss.
I hope these guys can kill the Dragon Country contestant, otherwise, our America's face will be completely lost by our American contestants. As Yifeng approached the pyramid's entrance, the Sphinx nearby suddenly moved. It lunged directly at Yifeng.
Sphinx. Level, D rank.
Description: this is the guardian beast of the pyramid.
To enter the pyramid, you must pass its obstruction.
Seeing that it was actually a D-rank monster, a happy smile appeared on Yifeng's face.
This time, he was in for a treat. He had just arrived and already encountered such good food.
Without hesitation, Yifeng immediately charged forward and attacked the Sphinx.
Void Tear Claw.
A white hand slammed towards the Sphinx's head.
With a bang,
a large hole was blasted into the Sphinx's head.
It wasn't killed instantly.
One of its claws also landed on Yifeng,
emitting a very piercing collision sound.
Yifeng seized the opportunity and directly smashed his fist into the Sphinx's thigh.
Crack!
The Sphinx's thigh was shattered by Yifeng's punch.
Immediately after, several more punches landed on the Sphinx's head. Just as Yifeng was preparing the final blow to kill it,
suddenly, the Sphinx's figure vanished into thin air.
Then it reappeared at its original location.
Yifeng was momentarily stunned by this sight.
This Sphinx was quite peculiar.
When it's about to be killed, it directly returns to its original position.
It seems he has successfully passed the test.
Since that was the case, Yifeng abandoned his plan to attack the Sphinx. He also decided not to eat the Sphinx. After all, a tiger's body topped with a human head.
It felt a bit unsettling to eat.
Still, he wanted to enter the pyramid first. Thinking of this, he no longer delayed and strode directly into the pyramid. Iron Man and the others watched this scene from not far away. They intended to let Yifeng test the waters for them, to see what kind of trials awaited inside the pyramid. If it was just a D-level Sphinx, it wouldn't be too difficult for the 6 of them. So, they began to approach the entrance of the pyramid.
They couldn't fall too far behind Yifeng.
In Dragon Country, everyone was extremely curious at this moment, wondering how and when the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing would appear in the real world. However, Director Wang of the Dragon Country's National Fate Bureau had already received news about the location where medical sage Zhang Zhongjing would appear. At this moment, he had already brought many people and had been waiting for a long time on a mountain. All around this mountain were various armed convoys, armored vehicles, and so on.
Not even a mosquito could fly in.
Above the mountain, a golden light emerged. Immediately after, this golden light grew larger and larger. A figure stepped out from within the golden light
and landed on the mountaintop.
Welcome, medical sage. At this moment, only Director Wang stood before medical sage Zhang Zhongjing. After seeing Director Wang, Zhang Zhongjing smiled and said,
"I didn't expect that I could be resurrected again. You don't need to say anything else, some information has already appeared in my mind. National Fate game? Since I'm out this time, I certainly won't stand idly by.
It seems I also need to contribute my share of strength to Dragon Country,"
Director Wang said. "I have already prepared accommodation for you, we can talk there."
Zhang Zhongjing smiled faintly and said,
"That won't be necessary. You can take this prescription.
If you encounter any difficulties, contact me again. Next, I want to research more advanced prescriptions
and experiment with some of my old ideas."
In Director Wang's hand appeared a white piece of paper.
Weakened body tempering potion prescription. Required materials: goji berries, mulberries. Manufacturing process. Effect: can improve a person's physical fitness. 1 bottle of the potion can make a body strong and no longer weak. After seeing the function of this prescription, Director Wang couldn't help but gasp.
These herbs are not rare. Once these potions are manufactured, The physical fitness of all citizens of Dragon Country can be significantly improved.
This is extremely important for Dragon Country. With the emergence of the National Destiny game, strange things are happening all over the world. Some animals and plants have begun to mutate. The world is also developing in an unsafe direction. A battle is bound to happen sooner or later.
With the body tempering potions, the combat power of Dragon Country can be greatly enhanced.
It's even possible for every citizen to become a soldier," he said excitedly. "Okay, I'll be busy now. Feel free to contact me if you need anything.
Whatever herbs you need, I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you." After Director Wang returned, he immediately arranged for personnel to start collecting herbs and manufacturing potions. At this time, he also received a message about the country of Hualua. What he didn't expect was that the director of the National Destiny Bureau of Hualua Country actually came in person. From this, one could see the seriousness of the situation. The appearance of Dr. Zhang Zhongjing caused quite a stir, already attracting the attention of many people. Some people even wanted to meet Zhang Zhongjing. But this was simply impossible. "I am a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing, let me see my ancestor. I can recite treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases, and I also want to meet the medical saint."
"Can the medical saint start a live broadcast? We have some medical questions we'd like to ask you." Inside the pyramid.
After Yifeng entered, he saw a golden yellow everywhere he looked. It made Yifeng feel a bit greedy.
Without hesitation, he immediately lay on the ground. He punched the ground. Bang!
A huge crashing sound came. On the ground, a fist print appeared. After seeing this scene, Yifeng frowned slightly.
"This pyramid is quite hard. Forget it, let's find something else to eat first."
The audience in the live broadcast room, after seeing this scene, couldn't help but start complaining.
"Holy cow, what is Yifeng trying to do? He's not trying to eat the pyramid, is he?"
It's a good thing Yifeng gave up, otherwise if this mission wasn't over, and the pyramid was eaten empty by Yifeng, that would be quite amusing.
I really love watching eating broadcasts, especially hardcore eating broadcasts like Yifeng's, that's my favorite.
Yifeng hadn't gone far
when he saw a mummy appear before him. Mummy. Level, E rank. Description: mummies have very tough skin. The white cloth on their bodies is not just for decoration, it can also be used for attack.
However, their slow speed is a disadvantage.
If you can't beat a mummy, just run away. After seeing the mummy's description, Yifeng was momentarily stunned. There's actually such a thing in the pyramid?
Seeing the mummy's walking speed, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry to attack it. At this moment, he was pondering a question.
To eat? Or not to eat? This was a very difficult question.
While Yifeng was deep in thought, before he had made a decision. In the live stream, viewers became excited one by one after seeing the mummy appear.
It's actually a mummy? I heard that if you take off the white cloth from a mummy and brew tea with it, it has benefits for beauty, youth preservation, and anti-aging? I wonder if it's true or false. What do you all think?
I think we should add more chili peppers so it tastes better, and ideally, a bottle of ice-cold cola.
Eating it dry like this, you'd probably get very thirsty, right? Mummy stewed with mushrooms would be a good choice.
The gourmets in the live stream had all started to chime in. As time passed, the mummy finally reached Yifeng's side.
Bang! The mummy's hand landed on Yifeng's head. But it didn't cause Yifeng any harm.
Yifeng directly smashed the mummy's head with a single punch. Then Yifeng stared at the mummy. After a moment, he finally made a decision.
Try eating one? If he didn't gain any special abilities, he wouldn't eat anymore. Of course, he certainly wouldn't eat it slowly like animal meat.
He directly used the heaven-devouring skill
and swallowed the mummy whole into his stomach.
Devoured E-rank mummy, strength +3, constitution +10, evolution points +10, gained active skill, healing LV1, personal points +10. Seeing the skill he obtained, Yifeng's expression became somewhat complicated. Given his current situation, getting injured was difficult. He didn't need healing abilities at all. This skill felt a bit useless.
Anyway, having it is better than not having it.
After eating this mummy, Yifeng continued to advance. He hadn't gone far when he saw another mummy. With one punch, he killed the mummy. This time, he didn't choose to eat the mummy. Instead, he stored it in his portable space. And so, he began a frenzied massacre of these mummies. His personal points started to rise rapidly. The viewers in the live stream, after seeing Yifeng gobble up the mummy, all had extremely shocked expressions on their faces.
Holy cow, was I just kidding? Yifeng actually ate the mummy? Isn't that a bit too much? If I say Yifeng is the #1 eating streamer, no one would disagree, right? I'm not kidding, I actually want to try. What does a mummy taste like? The viewers from the Pyramid Kingdom, after seeing Yifeng's performance, all looked extremely pale. Because their country's player, the pharaoh, was a mummy. After Iron Man entered the pyramid, he suddenly realized that his partner wasn't by his side? Everyone appeared at random locations.
Immediately after, when he saw that Yifeng's personal points had already risen to 50, he didn't dare to waste time and also rushed towards the surrounding mummies to kill them.
10 minutes later,
Yifeng had already killed 12 mummies.
When he put away the mummy's body,
a treasure chest appeared before him. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw the treasure chest.
The drop rate for treasure chests in the National Fortune game was really too low.
Without hesitation, he directly opened this E-grade treasure chest. Opened E-grade treasure chest, obtained 5 meters of E-grade white cloth.
White cloth. Grade, E. Description: this is a healing white cloth.
When your body is injured, wrapping yourself with this white cloth can allow the injury to recover quickly. You can also wrap yourself with the white cloth even without injuries to make your skin smoother and more active. Yifeng didn't hesitate at all and directly ate the white cloth. Devoured E-grade white cloth, physique plus 10, evolution points plus 10, healing upgraded, LV1 to LV2. Of course, he didn't leave the treasure chest behind either, swallowing it whole into his belly. Although an E-grade treasure chest couldn't upgrade his portable space, every little bit adds up. The viewers in the live stream were all very shocked after seeing the attributes of the white cloth.
Holy cow, this white cloth really works. Yifeng, leave some for us. What should I do? I really want to sleep wrapped in white cloth.
If this white cloth existed in the real world, it would definitely be popular with girls. Yifeng walked and thought at the same time. He would be able to return to the real world in 6 days.
He wondered if the items in his portable space could be brought back to the real world?
If he really could bring them back, it would be a very important function for him. Some animals in this game of National Destiny contain a large amount of energy in their flesh and blood. If processed by certain means and given to ordinary people, it could greatly enhance their strength. And if given to awakened individuals, the effect would be even more pronounced. If these National Destiny players could return to the real world with such power,
their combat power would be terrifying.
As Yifeng was advancing,
not far away, the invisible Sakura Nation player, holding a snake-shaped dagger, was staring at Yifeng. Immediately after, the snake-shaped dagger in his hand transformed into an 8-headed snake, which slithered down his body towards the ground. This was the D-grade equipment obtained by the Sakura Nation player.
Blade of the Viper. It could transform into a small Orochi, attacking enemies on its own.
This way, he wouldn't have to personally go and attack Yifeng,
saving himself from being killed by Yifeng again. He had already been killed twice by Yifeng. If he were killed again, when he returned to the Sakura Nation, he would have no choice but to commit seppuku to atone for his failure.
If the small Orochi were to openly slither towards Yifeng like that, Yifeng would definitely notice it.
But he had his own methods to make the small Orochi invisible for a short period of time. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Yifeng discovering the small Orochi.
Currently, the Sakura Nation player was quite cautious.
At this moment, the Sakura Nation audience, upon seeing this scene, all showed relatively happy expressions.
Previously, the ninja used the small Orochi to bite a D-grade fierce beast, and it didn't take long to poison the D-grade fierce beast to death. Using it to attack the Dragon Nation player would surely succeed as well.
The 8 heads of the small Orochi possessed different functions. Some snakeheads could spit out extremely powerful corrosive liquid, which could definitely break through the Dragon Nation player's defenses. This time, it's finally our Sakura Nation player's turn to kill the Dragon Nation player. I get so unhappy seeing that arrogant face of the Dragon Nation player. In the past, the Dragon Nation audience might have worried about Yifeng's safety. But Yifeng had already proven his strength many times over, leaving no room to doubt his capabilities. The Dragon Nation audience also began to speak at this moment.
Your Sakura Nation player only managed to conjure such a small snake? That's not nearly enough for a meal.
If this small snake can break Yifeng's skin, I'll stream myself pooping upside down.
These Sakura Nation players are really tired of living. Aren't they trying to pick a fight with our Dragon Nation player again?
At this moment, Yifeng saw another mummy appear in front of him, and without any hesitation, he attacked.
In just a few seconds,
this mummy was killed by him.
And at this very moment, a figure appeared not far in front of him. A Red Bull.
This was precisely the Bull Nation player, Red Bull. Upon seeing Yifeng, he immediately became excited.
Smoke even started to continuously emerge from his nostrils. He seemed extremely excited.
Because Iron Man had told them that whoever among them could kill Yifeng would receive benefits from him.
The bullfighter contestant was quite confident in his own abilities.
Just like the mummy that had just appeared, with one sprint, he could ram the mummy to death.
He felt he could ram Yifeng to death. Seeing the bullfighter player, Yifeng smiled and said,
"If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened.
However, if you attack me, then don't blame me for being merciless."
Red Bull, the bullfighter player, hearing Yifeng say this, replied,
"Let's see if you can even withstand my charge first.
No matter how tough your body is, I will smash it to pieces." After Red Bull finished speaking, his entire body surged with energy, then he accelerated and charged towards Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng could only reluctantly make his move. He hadn't intended to kill these National Destiny players, but if these National Destiny players actively attacked him, he certainly wouldn't hold back. Red Bull's speed was very fast as he approached.
Yifeng also had no intention of holding back.
He punched directly at the bull's head.
Bang! Red Bull's head was instantly blown apart by Yifeng.
His body flew a long distance.
Coincidentally, Red Bull's body landed directly on the Japanese player nearby.
The immense impact directly knocked the Japanese player flying as well.
Dekuj. Red Bull's horns were directly impaled into the Japanese player's body. Just at this moment,
the 8-headed little snake had already reached Yifeng's feet.
It began to bite at Yifeng's foot. Yifeng frowned.
He felt an itchy sensation on his toes. He simply lifted his foot and stomped the little snake to death.
A snake-shaped dagger appeared at his feet. Yifeng picked up the snake-shaped dagger with a puzzled expression, then directly swallowed it. Devoured D-rank venomous snake blade, strength plus 40, constitution plus 10, evolution points plus 30. Not bad, this was an unexpected surprise.
Then Yifeng looked towards Red Bull.
Just then, the announcement appeared. Announcement.
Dragon Country player has killed a Bullfighter Country player.
Bullfighter Country National Destiny, 10. Announcement.
Dragon Country player has killed a Sakura Country player.
Sakura Country National Destiny, 10. Warning, Sakura Country player has died 5 times.
After 10 deaths, they will be forcibly withdrawn, and Sakura Country will need to send a new player.
Upon hearing this announcement, Yifeng's brows furrowed. This really is a bit unfair to him.
Since he entered the National Fortune game, he hasn't even met a single player from Sakura Country.
How did he inexplicably kill him 3 times?
He strongly suspected that the Sakura Country player was intentionally dying by his hand. There might be some sinister plot. Yifeng didn't think much of it and continued to kill the surrounding mummies. In the distance, he saw a place where many mummies had gathered, and in the middle of these mummies, there was a golden gate.
He immediately approached it with excitement.
After Iron Man heard this announcement, his expression changed.
He didn't expect Yifeng to kill 2 people in such a short time.
It seems Yifeng's strength has further improved. So, he quickly sent a message to these people. When you encounter a Dragon Country player, absolutely do not act alone. Even if there are 2 of you, don't pick a fight with the Dragon Country player. Let's all attack together and try to kill the Dragon Country player in one go. In Sakura Country, at the National Fortune Bureau, Director Sakata felt extremely angry after seeing the performance of their National Fortune player. Originally, with the ninja's ability to become invisible, they could definitely achieve good results in the National Fortune game. However, when facing the Dragon Country player, they repeatedly failed. The ninja was actually the first player among 200 National Fortune players to die 5 times. This truly brought great shame to Sakura Country. You must know, this is only the first day of the National Fortune game. There are still 6 days left. If this trend continues, their Sakura Country player will be forced to withdraw from the game. He certainly didn't want this to happen. However, if this were to actually happen, he would then have no choice but to use that move. To let Matsui Yuka enter the National Fortune game and break the Dragon Country player's indestructible body. If the Dragon Country player didn't have this indestructible body, they would have died countless times already. It seems the training for Matsui Yuka needs to be accelerated. At this moment, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, seeing Yifeng effortlessly kill players from 2 countries, everyone was very happy. Is this Sakura Country's Yamada no Orochi Jr.? Isn't it a bit too small? Next time, can we get a Yamada no Orochi? Otherwise, it's not enough to eat. By the way, what does it mean that your Sakura Country players keep deliberately trying to frame our Dragon Country players? You're not trying to use this as an excuse to employ some dirty tricks against us, are you? No need to doubt, it's just that our Dragon Country player is too strong. Even if Sakura Country players don't dare to get close to Yifeng, they can't escape death. As time passed, Yifeng quickly arrived at the gathering place of these mummies. There were at least a dozen mummies around. At this moment, he saw even more clearly. In the center of the mummies, there was something resembling a staircase, but the Golden Gate was closed. According to Yifeng's speculation, this should be the passage to the previous pyramid. This was largely consistent with Yifeng's previous speculations. Such a tall pyramid must have more than one level. Moreover, the higher up one goes, the higher the level and stronger the power of the monsters. Correspondingly, the points gained from killing these wild monsters would also be higher. Yifeng naturally had no intention of staying here to kill E-grade mummies indefinitely. He hoped to encounter some delicious wild monsters further up. So, Yifeng began to approach the Golden Gate. These E-grade mummies posed no hindrance whatsoever to Yifeng. In less than a minute, Yifeng had killed all of them. Seeing Yifeng approaching the Golden Gate, these mummies all swarmed him desperately, trying to attack. This allowed Yifeng to kill them very quickly. Then, Yifeng directly opened the Golden Gate. A glittering golden passage appeared before him. As long as he walked up, he could reach the 2nd level. But Yifeng was not in a hurry to go up. Instead, he directly bit into the Golden Gate. Crunch! A very crisp sound echoed. His teeth were much sharper than his hands. If it weren't inappropriate to gnaw on the pyramid floor, he would have started eating long ago. After all, with so many viewers watching, he couldn't do anything too image damaging. But this Golden Gate was different. He just started eating directly. After finishing the Golden Gate, Yifeng was still not satisfied. Instead, he started eating this golden staircase from the bottom up. The staircase was about a dozen meters long. It was enough for Yifeng to eat for a while. The audience in the live broadcast room, seeing Yifeng's actions, were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, I underestimated Yifeng before. Is he really just eating whatever he comes across? He's not even letting the stairs off the hook. Listening to that chewing sound, it's so crunchy, it must taste good. If Yifeng eats all these stairs, the people behind him won't be able to enter the 2nd level. Yifeng's consideration is truly thorough. Just then, outside the pyramid, a mummy arrived late.
He walked straight into the pyramid.
The Sphinx did not attack him at all, as if it hadn't seen him.
And after he entered the pyramid, when encountering other mummies, these mummies would also not attack him.
The pharaoh, the contestant from the pyramid nation, followed these mummies towards the passage to the upper level.
As a pharaoh, he had some tricks up his sleeve, especially concerning the pyramids.
Although he was not the first to enter the pyramid, he could quickly ascend to the higher levels of the pyramid.
At the highest level of the pyramid, there is an extremely precious treasure. Once he obtains this treasure, his strength can surge dramatically. Even killing the Dragon Kingdom contestant would be very easy.
Director Wang looked at the 100-meter sprint test results in his hand, a smile he couldn't hide spread across his face. After he received the body tempering potion given by the Dr. Zhang Zhongjing, he immediately began manufacturing it. The manufacturing of this simplified version of the potion was not difficult. Despite encountering some minor difficulties, they were quickly resolved under the guidance of the medical sage. In less than half an hour, the first batch of body tempering potions had already been manufactured. Then, it was administered to 10 Special Forces soldiers. The effects of the potion were also very noticeable. Once these Special Forces soldiers had mostly adapted, they were then asked to test their 100-meter sprint times. Among these 100 Special Forces soldiers, most of them completed the sprint in under 10 seconds. 2 people achieved a time of 8 seconds. Even more astonishingly, 1 person achieved 7 seconds. It's important to know that the previous world record for this event was just over 9 seconds. Every 0.1 second reduction is a significant improvement. This is also related to the already strong physical fitness of the Special Forces soldiers. Different people, when taking the body tempering potion, will experience varying degrees of improvement. Regardless of the outcome, all of their speeds were significantly faster than before. This first batch of potions was manufactured under the personal guidance of the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing. Its quality has reached the limit of the weakened version of the body tempering potion. The body tempering potions they produce in bulk cannot achieve this effect. However, as long as one consistently takes the weakened version of the body tempering potion and combines it with exercise, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom can become an Olympic champion. Thinking of this, Director Wang said to his subordinate, "Start mass producing these body tempering potions. Administer them to soldiers first. After a few days' delay, begin nationwide sales. Purchasing this body tempering potion must be done with real name registration. Once someone is found selling this potion to foreigners, they will be dealt with as traitors."
Yes.
Some more observant people have noticed that the business scope of Yes Group now includes a pharmaceutical business. This has led to much speculation.
What's happening? Could it be that the medical sage has joined Yes Group? No matter what medicine Yes Group sells, I will support it. I hope the medical sage can sell medicine for kidney deficiency. 15 minutes later,
Yifeng finally finished eating the staircase, which was over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. Now he was flying near the entrance of the second-floor pyramid.
He looked around. There were quite a few mummies.
But what puzzled him somewhat was that
these mummies didn't actively attack him. They just wandered not far away.
He didn't think much of it. Perhaps these mummies saw him in the air and gave up on trying to swarm and attack him.
To be precise, they gave up on sacrificing themselves.
Yifeng didn't linger. These low-level mummies no longer interested him, as killing one only yielded 10 points. He flew towards the second floor of the pyramid.
Not long after he flew up, the mummies that had been lingering around began to gather here.
The pharaoh, the contestant from the Pyramid Nation, breathed a sigh of relief. He had heard that the Dragon Nation contestant was very powerful, and seeing it firsthand was indeed a bit frightening. He felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the Dragon Nation contestant directly lying on the golden staircase and eating frantically. Fortunately, he knew his limits in his current state. He couldn't possibly kill the Dragon Nation contestant. So he simply stayed put, waiting for the Dragon Nation contestant to leave.
The mummies around here were also under his control, prevented from attacking Yifeng.
He still needed these mummies to leave this place.
One of his abilities was to influence the actions of these mummies.
After these mummies gathered in the middle.
Soon, a mummy mountain appeared below the entrance.
The pharaoh, the contestant from the Pyramid Nation, approached the second-floor entrance by climbing these mummy mountains. At this moment, after Iron Man killed a mummy in front of him, he smiled as he saw the ranking on the individual points board. First place, Beautiful Nation, Iron Man, 500 points. Second place, Machine Nation, Terminator, 470 points. Third place, Furnace Nation, Fire Lady, 450 points. Sixth place, Lion Nation, Lion King, 330 points. Seventh place, Dragon Nation, Shura, 320 points. Initially, the Dragon Nation contestants' points were increasing rapidly, putting a lot of pressure on Iron Man. But not much time passed. The Dragon Nation contestants' individual points then stayed still. This made Iron Man very happy. So, he began to kill these mummies while searching for the Dragon Nation contestant. For him, killing Yifeng was a very important matter. But there was an even more important matter, which was to win first place in this mission. Killing Yifeng could happen any time, but to get first place, this was the only chance. So he started frantically killing these mummies. The others were doing the same. Everyone split up. If they had acted together, there wouldn't have been enough mummies to go around. They agreed that if anyone encountered Yifeng first, they would notify everyone else. Thinking of this, Iron Man said with a smile, "This time, I'm sure I'll get first place. I wonder what the reward for first place will be. People of Beautiful Country, just wait to receive your rewards. The Dragon Country contestants must be scared to encounter us. I bet they're hiding somewhere, afraid to come out and kill mummies." In the Beautiful Country's live stream, the audience felt a bit speechless after hearing Iron Man's remarks. If they only watched their own country's live stream and saw Iron Man get first place, they would certainly be very happy. But they were basically also watching the Dragon Country live stream. I used to think our Beautiful Country contestants were quite formidable. But now, why does it feel like his brain isn't working too well? The final results aren't even out yet, and he's already boasting? Look, the Dragon Country contestant has already reached the second floor of the pyramid, while Iron Man is still on the first. At that rate, someone killing one high-level monster will earn more points than him killing several. Although Iron Man's combat power is strong, I suddenly have an urge to swap him out. What should I do? If only we could replace him with Doctor Strange. He could just use the time stone to trap the Dragon Country contestant. Pyramid, second floor. The decorations around were still pretty much the same as before. They were all resplendent and magnificent. Yifeng couldn't help but drool at the sight. If he could swallow this entire pyramid whole, he should gain quite a few benefits, right? Yifeng didn't overthink it. He needed to start looking for the entrance to the higher levels. He hadn't gone far when he saw a mummy engulfed in flames. Even more miraculously, the white cloth on the mummy wasn't burning. As Yifeng's gaze shifted, the fiery mummy's individual stats appeared in his field of vision. Fiery mummy. Level, D. Description: this mummy can use fire and possesses incredibly destructive power. If you are ignited by its flames, they will quickly cover your body and burn your flesh, but they won't kill you that quickly. Seeing the description of the fiery mummy, a smile appeared on Yifeng's face. He loved all kinds of special mummies. Of course, he liked to eat them, not that. He charged straight in and punched the fiery mummy right in the chest, directly piercing through the fiery mummy. Left hook, right hook. The fiery mummy hit the ground. Yifeng naturally felt no pity. He swallowed the flame mummy in one gulp. Ding! Killed a D-rank flame mummy, gained personal points plus 100. Hearing this sound, Yifeng's face broke into a happy smile. It was just as he had thought. Killing high-level wild monsters yields more points. 1 is better than 10. Moreover, by devouring such high-level wild monsters, he could gain greater benefits. Next, he began to walk around.
He didn't know where the entrance to the next level was.
He needed to explore it himself. As Yifeng searched, he seemed to understand something. This pyramid was strange. It already looked very large from the outside. Now he found that there was an even larger space inside the pyramid. Under normal circumstances, he should be able to stand here and directly see the walls of the pyramid.
But he didn't see them.
He just knew that this pyramid was incredibly vast. It stretched as far as the eye could see. It was also a spatial device. As he continued to search, he killed more and more flame mummies.
Inside the first level of the pyramid,
the Iron Man, who had just been full of vigor, saw the Dragon Country player's personal points instantly rise by 100 in the blink of an eye. This made him very puzzled.
Could it be that the Dragon Country player instantly killed 10 mummies? How was that possible? Even he couldn't do that. On one hand, his firepower wasn't quite enough.
On the other hand, it was impossible to find 10 mummies simultaneously. Just as he was pondering how Yifeng had managed this, Yifeng's personal points suddenly increased by another 100. This made Iron Man feel a bit anxious. He began to ask others if they knew what was going on. The others didn't know either. And so, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Yifeng's personal points had already surpassed 1,000 in less than 10 minutes. This was truly a bit too terrifying. He was completely far ahead. At this point, all of them had started to gather together. There were only 4 people: Iron Man, Sand King, Fire Girl, Thief God. As for Red Bull and Ninja, they revived randomly around the pyramid, and it would take them quite some time to get here.
Iron Man looked at everyone and said, "Haven't any of you found traces of the Dragon Kingdom's player? I wonder where he is killing these mummies. Does anyone among you have a way to find the whereabouts of the Dragon Kingdom's player?
If we find him, not only can we kill him, but we can also gain a large number of personal points. The final rewards are not only related to rankings but also somewhat to the number of points.
For the same rank, the more points obtained, the better the rewards will be." Hearing Iron Man say this, everyone fell into contemplation.
They were all very puzzled as well. They had been to many places,
but they hadn't seen Yifeng.
Seeing that no one reacted, Iron Man turned his gaze to the God Stealer from the Cosmic Kingdom and said,
"Can your ability be used on the Dragon Kingdom's player? Can you determine his location information? Or, what information does he know?" Everyone looked at the player from the Cosmic Kingdom.
Previously, it was the player from the Cosmic Kingdom who stole the pyramid's location information from the Pyramid Kingdom's player. Although they weren't the first to arrive at the pyramid, it still showed how formidable this God Stealer from the Cosmic Kingdom was.
You could tell something from his name.
When their respective countries named their players, they did so based on the player's abilities. The player from the Cosmic Kingdom, seeing everyone looking at him, smiled a little awkwardly and said, "If it's just the Dragon Kingdom player's location information, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that each time I use this ability, the consumption is a bit high."
You see? Seeing this, everyone immediately understood what the Cosmic Kingdom player meant. He was asking for benefits from everyone.
Iron Man thought for a moment and said, "Here's my white cloth, take it. If we can really find Shura, I'll give you more rewards. Together with when you sold me the pyramid information before. You definitely won't be treated unfairly." The Pharaoh of the Sand Kingdom took out an E-grade treasure chest and said, "I'll give you an E-grade treasure chest." Seeing that others had taken out items, the Fire Girl was no exception. She also took out some white cloth and said, "Take this. When we find Shura from the Dragon Kingdom, I'll give you something even better. I hope you don't disappoint me." The player from the Cosmic Kingdom smiled and said, "You can rest assured about that, I am quite confident in my abilities. If you want me to directly steal an item from the Dragon Kingdom player, I might not be so sure. It's just a location. Watch me perform. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time."
The god of thieves from the universe nation closed his eyes and began to use his ability. An invisible hand emerged from his body.
It began to move rapidly through a certain starfield. Soon, it pinpointed a location,
moving towards this glowing spot.
As soon as this invisible hand touched the cluster of light, Yifeng's exact location could be determined. Just as this invisible hand was about to reach the light cluster, suddenly, a terrifyingly monstrous beast emerged from the light cluster and swallowed the invisible hand whole.
Put!
The contestant from the universe nation immediately spat out blood, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes had begun to roll back. This scene startled everyone around him.
They instantly became nervous. How did the god of thieves suddenly end up like this? Iron Man quickly said, "What happened to you? Were you attacked?"
At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with tension and surprise. Having no other choice, they wrapped the god of thieves in a white cloth.
After a full 3 minutes, the god of thieves finally opened his eyes and said, "My ability failed. My mental power was attacked.
When I used my ability on Shura, I saw an animal identical to the tattoo on his body run out and bite me.
It was truly terrifying. My head hurts terribly right now.
Even if I didn't die on the spot, I won't be able to use my abilities for a long time.
This is simply worse than death. I'm going to kill myself now. Only then can I return to a normal state." Hearing the god of thieves say this, everyone's expressions changed. They hadn't expected Yifeng to possess such an ability?
This was truly somewhat frightening. While everyone was still processing what had happened,
an announcement suddenly appeared. Announcement: Universe Nation contestant committed suicide. National lifespan, 1 year. National fortune, 10.
Upon seeing the content of the announcement, the audience in the cosmic country instantly became agitated.
No way, suicide deducts 1 year of life? Isn't that a bit too unfair? This blockhead, why didn't he let others kill him?
He made me lose a year of my life for nothing.
Replace him.
It's the Dragon Country contestant who caused our country's contestant to die.
Dragon Country should compensate us.
I've checked historical records, and it seems the Tao Tai is a creature belonging to our cosmic country.
Dragon Country should not continue to use creatures from our cosmic country as tattoos. Just at this moment,
as Yifeng was advancing, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Devouring Hand of Spirit, Spirit Power +5, Evolution Points +5, gained passive skill, Mental Fortress LV1. Upon hearing this voice, Yifeng was stunned.
What was going on? He was just walking? And he could devour things? Hand of Spirit? Could it be that someone had suddenly launched a mental attack on him?
He began to carefully recall what had just happened. And indeed, he did discover something unusual. A fleeting image of a Tao Tai had seemingly flashed through his mind just now. He had thought it was related to his awakening of the Tao Tai bloodline and hadn't paid too much attention to it. Now it seemed likely that at that moment, the Tao Tai had helped him resolve an attack. Now, a question began to form in Yifeng's mind.
Who was attacking him? And it was a mental attack, no less? If Yifeng hadn't had the Tao Tai protecting him, wouldn't he have fallen into a trap?
Thinking of this, his expression changed.
He would keep this in mind for now. If he found out who attacked him, he would absolutely not spare that person. Another thing that made Yifeng somewhat surprised was that the contestant from the cosmic country actually committed suicide? This was the first person to commit suicide since the National Fortune game began? Could it have something to do with him?
It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Yifeng stopped overthinking and continued searching for the Golden Gate. He also didn't know where the staircase to the second floor was.
Is it really that hard to find?
It seems Yifeng was truly very lucky to have found the stairwell on the first floor.
However, Yifeng wasn't too anxious. He was definitely going to take first place in this exploration mission.
Whether he could reach the very top of the pyramid was not something he could force. Honestly speaking, these flaming mummies tasted much better than regular mummies. Yi Feng started racking up points again. He aimed to get 10,000 points before the mission ended. That would only mean killing 100 D-grade flaming mummies. Right in front of Yi Feng, in the distance, a very ordinary mummy was slowly moving forward. It passed by the surrounding flaming mummies, and these flaming mummies did not actively attack it. And in the sight of this mummy, the pharaoh, a golden staircase appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the golden staircase, a look of extreme joy and excitement appeared on the pharaoh's face. Especially, he became even happier when he didn't see Shura's figure. This meant that he had arrived here one step ahead of Shura. Golden mask, here I come. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be the first national fortune player. The audience of the pyramid also became excited after seeing this scene. It seems I wronged the pharaoh, I owe the pharaoh an apology. The ultimate winner, it turns out, is our pyramid nation. What level treasure is the pharaoh's golden mask? It couldn't be the golden mask on Tutankhamun, could it? Does that even need to be said? No matter whose golden mask it is? It can definitely greatly increase the pharaoh's strength. The new director of the National Fortune Bureau of the Pyramid Nation, upon seeing the content in the live broadcast room, had an extremely excited expression on his face. The golden mask held extremely significant meaning for the Pyramid Nation. He immediately said to his subordinate, "Vacate a pyramid in our country, specifically for our player pharaoh to rest in when he returns." Yes. Yi Feng didn't know the direction, so he could only search aimlessly like this. Just as he had punched a flaming mummy to death, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Tip: following the current direction, you can find the entrance to the upper level of the pyramid. Holy crap! You're finally here? If you hadn't given me a hint, I would have almost forgotten about this skill of yours. Now that the direction was confirmed, it was much easier for Yi Feng. He had just swallowed the flaming mummy in front of him. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly paused, staring at a treasure chest that appeared before him. Double happiness has arrived. Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all, extending his right hand to open the D-grade treasure chest. Opened D-grade treasure chest, obtained a pair of D-grade flame fists. In less than 3 seconds. Devoured D-grade flame gauntlets, strength plus 30, evolution points plus 30, gained active skill, scorching LV1. Gaining another new skill made Yi Feng somewhat happy. From now on, whenever he uses the scorching skill, his attacks will inflict an additional burning sensation on opponents. This can also be considered a decent ability. After all, sometimes he can't kill a monster with just one punch. Yi Feng then didn't hesitate, devouring the D-grade treasure chest whole. Devoured D-grade treasure chest, strength plus 20, constitution plus 30, evolution points plus 30, portable space upgraded, LV2 RAR LV3 100010001000. The portable space upgraded too? This made Yi Feng extremely excited. He hoped that the items in the portable space could be brought back to the real world. If so, he could definitely bring about a huge change for Dragon Country. If he killed monsters on the 3rd floor, he would surely get more points. Thinking this, he no longer had much regard for these D-grade flame mummies. Just then, Iron Man looked at the Cosmic Country player, Thief God, who had just revived and rushed over. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "What just happened? Why did you commit suicide right after you finished speaking?" The Cosmic Country player, with a look of lingering fear, said, "I had no choice, mainly because my head hurt too much. Even enduring for one more second was immense pain. Only death could bring me relief. It's all fine now. My ability has recovered as well." After a brief pause, he said with a smile, "I thought, since the player from Pyramid Country can even determine the location of the pyramids, he might be quite familiar with pyramids. So I just used my stealing ability on the pharaoh, the player from Pyramid Country, again. The results I got truly astonished me. Not only did I find out the Dragon Country player's location, but I also discovered a big secret." Hearing the Cosmic Country player say this, everyone immediately became fully alert. Iron Man naturally knew why Thief God suddenly paused at this moment.
He thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee it. After this mission is over, we will definitely give you a generous reward. Don't waste time, tell us quickly."
The Dragon Country players' points have already reached several thousands.
The player from the Universe Kingdom no longer wasted time, saying with a smile.
The contestant from the Pyramid Kingdom, being very familiar with pyramids, knew the route to the very top of the pyramid, and at the top, there was a treasure.
That was his goal.
And during his advance, he had already encountered the Dragon Kingdom contestant.
These messages began to be quickly processed in their minds. Iron Man immediately said, "Lead the way."
Soon, they arrived at the entrance without stairs. Iron Man, holding Tsar with one hand and Thief God with the other, said to Firewoman,
"Next time, I'll take you up again." Firewoman said calmly, "No need, I can go up by myself."
Before her words had even faded, she took out a flame whip.
With a flick, the whip rapidly extended, reaching the entrance of the second floor. It wrapped around something.
Then the flame whip retracted. Firewoman's body began to ascend rapidly.
Soon she reached the second floor. Seeing this, Iron Man didn't say much. Who would have thought that such a small country as the Furnace Kingdom could produce such a formidable character?
After these people reached the second floor, they immediately had Thief God continue to lead the way.
Although Thief God from the Universe Kingdom wasn't very strong in combat, his auxiliary abilities were quite remarkable.
The national audiences of these individuals were naturally very happy to see this situation. This way, their country's contestants still had hope, not falling behind so much.
However, the audience from the Pyramid Kingdom was not so happy.
"Holy crap, this contestant from the Universe Kingdom is completely out of line, just milking our Pyramid Kingdom's contestant dry. Please, let our pharaoh go. We strongly condemn the Universe Kingdom contestant's thieving behavior and demand that the Universe Kingdom contestant be replaced."
Contestants from the Universe Kingdom, if you have the guts, keep bothering the Dragon Kingdom contestants, you're just a cowardly bully. I truly look down on them.
Just then, the pharaoh from the Pyramid Kingdom had already ascended the stairs leading to the third floor.
He looked around and began to use his abilities, immediately attracting many flame mummies. At least dozens of D-rank flame mummies. Then, he confidently walked towards the entrance of the third floor. Not long after he entered the third floor, Yifeng finally arrived here.
When he saw so many D-rank flame mummies gathered here, he couldn't help but be startled. For Yifeng, this was a very good situation. This time, Yifeng didn't plan to eat the golden ladder again. Its level was too low, and the effect wasn't very noticeable.
Moreover, if he kept eating the same type of food, the benefits he could obtain would decrease over time.
After killing some of these flaming mummies, he directly ascended the stairs and headed to the third floor. Upon entering the third floor and clearly seeing what was inside, his expression immediately changed. He witnessed a scene that greatly shocked him. He actually saw a shimmering golden mask floating in the air in the distance. And below the golden mask, 4 tall mummies stood in 4 different directions. They were all over 3 meters tall. They exuded a powerful sense of oppression just by looking at them.
What surprised Yifeng the most was, how could there be a very ordinary mummy here? Logically speaking, shouldn't such an ordinary mummy be on the first floor of the pyramid? How did it end up directly here? Yifeng didn't waste any time and immediately began to check the mummy's attributes from a distance. A moment later, his brows furrowed. There was no reaction at all.
He had only encountered this kind of result when dealing with other National Fate players.
These National Fate players couldn't view any information about each other. Judging from this mummy should be a National Fate player?
The talents awakened by National Fate players are truly diverse.
Some turn into cows, some into mummies. I wonder if any turn into dogs?
Yifeng began to check the names of these National Fate players, and soon his gaze fell upon one name.
Pyramid Nation, Pharaoh.
If there were no surprises, this mummy should be the player from Pyramid Nation. At this moment, the player from Pyramid Nation naturally also noticed Yifeng's arrival. He looked at Yifeng and said with a smile,
I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought you would have eaten that golden ladder?
Unfortunately, you're still a step too late. Originally, I should have been the first person to reach the pyramid.
Now that you've arrived, I can only send you on your way. This time, I will definitely be the first to complete the mission. First, I'll clear all of you out. Then, the pharaoh looked at the 4 giant mummies around him and said, "Do not let anyone approach me. If anyone approaches, kill them immediately." Then the pharaoh came directly below the golden mask and lay down.
The golden mask actually began to slowly descend, moving towards the pharaoh's face. Meanwhile, the 4 large mummies surrounded the pharaoh. Yi Feng was very curious about the changes happening before him. He hadn't expected that this pyramid mission would be so advantageous for the player from Pyramid Nation.
Chapter 36. One cannot underestimate the abilities of these National Destiny contestants.
Of course, no matter how special their abilities were, they had little effect on Yi Feng.
Immediately after, Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the giant mummy. A data panel that he was very familiar with appeared. Giant mummy. Level, C rank.
Description: this mutated mummy possesses an extremely powerful physique, not only having formidable physical defense but also immense strength.
With a single punch, it can easily smash a D-rank creature to death. It's actually a C-rank monster?
This made Yi Feng extremely happy. Finally, he could eat higher grade ingredients.
These few are so large they're definitely enough for a meal. Yi Feng particularly liked various strength-type wild monsters.
In terms of strength, he had never feared anyone.
Although the leveling system hasn't been opened yet, Yi Feng's current strength would definitely not be lower than C rank.
Thinking of this, Yi Feng began to walk towards the giant mummy. He wasn't in too much of a hurry. Even if the pharaoh obtained the golden mask, he wouldn't be afraid. After he killed these giant mummies, his strength would improve further. Currently, he was still quite a distance from the pharaoh's location. Just as he had barely approached,
a giant zombie walked towards him. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps echoed all around.
At this moment, in the Pyramid Nation's live broadcast room, viewers showed happy smiles after seeing this scene. Their previous sadness over their country losing 10 billion had also disappeared, replaced by an atmosphere of peace and harmony.
I really didn't expect the pharaoh to be so awesome. He can even command C-rank giant mummies to fight? This time, who in the pyramid will be his opponent?
When the pharaoh gets the mummies, his strength will skyrocket, and with these C-rank mummy subordinates, he can definitely secure first place on the individual leaderboard.
Wait, something seems a bit off. You only get points by killing these mummies. Doesn't that mean the pharaoh has to kill all these mummies?
The audience in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room also showed faint signs of worry at this moment.
Currently, opinions on Yi Feng online are roughly divided into 3 types.
I believe Yi Feng can kill these 4 giant mummies.
He'll get an extra meal again. It's time for the mukbang segment I love to watch. After all, these are 4 C-rank giant mummies. I'm a bit worried if Yi Feng can handle them.
You've all seen the description of the giant mummies. If they gang up, Yi Feng might be in some danger. I don't think Yi Feng can beat these giant mummies.
If Yi Feng gets killed, I hope I can replace him. I used to be a mukbang influencer with 1 million followers. I can definitely eat more than Yi Feng. Just as these people online were discussing.
In Pretty Country's National Destiny Bureau, Director Trumpworth looked at the data report in his hand, a very happy smile appearing on his face.
Strength, speed, stamina, agility. Almost all measurable data was present.
This person's data, almost every single item, was 5 times stronger than that of a normal person. Of course, this refers to the maximum data. It's impossible to maintain this state continuously.
But even this is enough to prove that this person is extremely powerful. Moreover, this person's various attributes are still growing rapidly. Director Trumpworth silently wrote 2 words in the name column of this person's data file. Captain.
Immediately after, Director Trumpworth turned to the person beside him and said, "His codename has already been written. From now on, he will be called Captain." Next time, when it's possible to send reinforcements or make a substitution, let him play and see how he performs. It would be best if he could play alongside Iron Man. Have him ready at all times. He should also watch the live streams of the Dragon Country contestants frequently. His first mission after entering will be to kill the Dragon Country contestant.
Yes.
Then, Director Trumpworth seemed to have thought of something else and said, "Quickly get the directors, screenwriters, and relevant personnel of these superheroes over here.
Let's see what ideas they have. Are there any other awakened individuals with similar superhero abilities appearing within our pretty country? Let's see if there's an opportunity to create a real-life Avengers team?" Yes.
Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, on Medicine Saint Mountain, Director Wang brought the best tea in the world, and the water from Dongting Lake that Yifeng had brought to Dragon Country. He came to find the physician Zhang Zhongjing. Ever since he drank the water from Dongting Lake once, he fell in love with it. It tasted much better than ordinary water. Upon seeing the medicine Saint Zhang Zhongjing, before he could speak, Zhang Zhongjing already spoke first. "What brings you here?"
Director Wang smiled.
"I came here to thank you. Besides that, there is indeed one more thing I need to discuss with you. I've already arranged for the body tempering elixir to be mass-produced. It won't be long before it can be put on sale.
I wonder if you have any suggestions? We will divide the money earned from selling these body tempering elixirs into 3 parts. 1 part for you, 1 part for Yifeng, and 1 part we will keep. How do you think this ratio should be divided?"
Zhang Zhongjing said that was the formula for the weakened version of the body tempering elixir.
"It's a gift I'm giving to Long Nation for free. You can handle it however you want. If I get the chance, I might join the Yi group. Let's wait until Yifeng comes out first."
Zhang Zhongjing was holding a smartphone at this time. After arriving here, he didn't spend much time getting very familiar with this world. He was already using his smartphone and watching Yifeng's livestream.
Director Wang was very happy to hear that the medical sage intended to join the Yi group.
Even a single prescription casually revealed by the medical sage could have a significant impact on Long Nation.
If Long Nation could obtain even more advanced prescriptions from the medical sage, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits.
Thinking of this, he quickly said with a smile,
"Good, I don't think Yifeng would refuse. Here are some fine teas I brought for you to try."
Zhang Zhongjing nodded and said,
"Just put it there. Wait, this water?"
Before he could finish speaking, his gaze fell on the pot of water in Director Wang's hand.
Director Wang was startled by Zhang Zhongjing's sudden reaction and quickly said, "Medical sage, what's wrong with this water? Is there a problem with it?"
"There's a problem." The medical sage leaned in for a closer look, a look of surprise on his face, and said, "This water contains a trace of energy. Although not much, if consumed long-term, it will have a great effect on the body. I checked online before and thought Long Nation wouldn't have such energy-containing food. I can't even sense a trace of energy in the air around us now." Director Wang's expression changed, as if he understood something, and he said, "This is water Yifeng obtained from the National Fortune Game."
Could it be that everything obtained from the National Fortune Game contains energy? So, do oil fields and gold mines also contain a lot of energy? Water is no ordinary water, oil is no ordinary oil, gold is no ordinary gold.
With these things, more advanced elixirs can be refined.
Find these things as soon as possible and send them to me. I'll give it a try?
If so, it could quickly enhance Long Nation's strength. Zhang Zhongjing had been surfing the internet all this time, and he had already familiarized himself with all the changes brought by the National Fortune Game. Especially, he had been focusing his attention on Yifeng. After hearing the medical sage's words, Director Wang's face was filled with shock, followed by excitement, and his hands began to tremble. Originally, even if these materials, oil, and gold were just ordinary items, they would already bring great benefits and changes to Long Nation. Now, if these materials all contain energy, the significance of this is immense. He said excitedly,
"I understand.
I'll arrange for people immediately to intensify the search for this oil and gold.
As soon as there's any news, I'll notify you right away. I won't bother you any further." I'll take my leave now.
Zhang Zhongjing also became somewhat serious at this point, saying,
Alright, you go about your business.
This world is developing in an increasingly dangerous direction. Improving one's strength as quickly as possible is the most important thing. This oil and gold, whether for alchemy, artifact refining, or even crafting array talismans, all have an amplifying effect.
It's best to find them as soon as possible. My conservative estimate is this.
If you still consider the oil rewarded by the National Fortune game as ordinary oil for use in machinery, it contains at least 4 to 5 times more energy. As for the exact amount, that will require me to see it in person.
Director Wang didn't linger.
Upon returning to the National Fortune Bureau, he immediately dispatched more personnel, striving to shorten the time it would take to find these materials.
The National Fortune game is indeed not simple.
With the appearance of these resources on the Earth star, this world will begin to change rapidly. This is just the appearance of resources. If monsters were to appear, that would truly be a great disaster. At this moment, within the National Fortune game, Iron Man and the other three finally reached the staircase to the 3rd floor.
Their journey so far has been incredibly smooth, encountering hardly any flaming mummies. There was a reason for this. Because all these flaming mummies had already been killed and eaten by Yifeng.
They began to ascend to the 3rd floor.
Bang!
They were still on the stairs when they heard a huge commotion coming from above. This startled them all, and they quickly advanced upwards. On the 3rd floor of the pyramid, Yifeng was simultaneously fighting 4 C-class giant mummies. The collision sound just now was one of the C-class giant mummies' massive fists smashing onto Yifeng's body. The other C-class giant mummies tried to attack Yifeng, but he evaded them all.
Are you trying to tickle me? I thought your strength would be much greater. Just right to test my endurance? It seems I overestimated you all.
In that case, all of you shall die.
I don't need anyone to tickle me.
Yifeng no longer wasted time, flying directly towards one of the C-class giant mummies to attack.
Sky-shattering claw.
Originally, this was a skill of the Tao Tai, which should be a claw. But now, Yifeng, this person, is using it. A large energy condensed palm appeared above his hand.
A palm attacked the head of the giant mummy. Seeing this, the giant mummy tried to use its arm to block. Crack! The giant mummy's arm shattered directly.
Yifeng's palm, with an unstoppable force, directly shattered the head of the C-grade giant mummy. Ding, killed a C-grade giant mummy, gained plus 1,000 points. Immediately after, without any hesitation, Yifeng opened his mouth and swallowed all of the giant mummy into his stomach. Devoured C-grade giant mummy, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, evolution points plus 100, gain skill, local gigantification LV1. Local gigantification
level, LV1.
Enlargement scale, 3 times. Description, allows a specific part of the body to temporarily become gigantic. As the skill level increases, the range of parts that can be enlarged also expands. Specific body parts, head, hands, feet. What the heck?
There's actually a skill like this? This skill is extremely important to Yifeng. Punching someone with a small fist versus punching with a large fist.
The damage caused is completely different.
With this skill,
if Yifeng were to enlarge his right hand, and then use the skill Void Claw,
the damage he could inflict would definitely be astonishing. Yifeng then looked greedily at the remaining 3 C-grade giant mummies,
hoping they could help upgrade Yifeng's skills.
Just then, several people emerged from the entrance of the 3rd floor.
Iron Man, Fire Girl, Thief God, Azir. Yifeng's expression changed when he saw these people appear, and his brows furrowed slightly. How did these people find this place? He had spent a lot of time, and it was only after skill prompts that he finally arrived here.
However, he didn't dwell on it. If mummies could arrive here so quickly, it wasn't surprising that others could find it too.
Iron Man and the others were all shocked when they saw the scene before them.
Giant mummies, and a golden mask? He said to the people beside him. Let's kill the Dragon Kingdom player first.
then we'll divide the spoils. So, the four of them approached Yifeng. At this moment, the remaining 3 C-grade giant mummies were in a bit of a predicament.
So many humans suddenly appeared. They couldn't possibly only attack Yifeng.
They also had to stop the other humans.
A voice suddenly rang out. Don't worry about the other humans. First, kill the person in front of us.
The pharaoh spoke. The pharaoh was somewhat aware of the conflict between Yifeng and Iron Man. Yifeng's power was too great, it was better to kill him first. Iron Man and the others were stunned to hear the pharaoh speak. He looked at the mummy beneath the golden mask and said, "Are you the pharaoh of the Pyramid Kingdom? How about we cooperate? You give us the golden mask, and we'll help you kill the Dragon Country player?" How did it turn into him wanting to kill Yifeng? And Iron Man actually wanted his golden mask? At this moment, Iron Man said, "You guys go and contain the Dragon Country player, I'll go get the golden mask first." It was true that Iron Man wanted to kill Yifeng. But now that the golden mask was about to fall into the pharaoh's hands, he wouldn't let that happen. Once Yifeng and the giant mummies were both contained, getting the golden mask would be a very easy task for him. After getting the golden mask, he could then kill Yifeng. This golden mask was an S-tier item. Whoever obtained it would see their power greatly increased. The other few people began to approach Yifeng. Seeing this, the pharaoh immediately said, "You all retreat quickly. Whoever comes near me will be killed." The 3 C-tier giant mummies immediately retreated. But Yifeng wouldn't just stand by and watch the giant mummies leave. He directly stepped forward and attacked one of the giant mummies. Thief God and Czar went to contain the other 2 giant mummies. Fire Girl, on the other hand, came to attack Yifeng. A fiery whip flew towards Yifeng's body. Yifeng stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the fiery whip. With a forceful tug, he pulled Fire Girl towards him. Seeing this, Fire Girl quickly released the fiery whip in her hand. At this moment, Yifeng was already rapidly approaching her. Fire Girl wanted to dodge, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng was already in front of her. Yifeng grabbed Fire Girl's hand. On it was a fiery red ring. "Your luck is pretty good, you actually managed to get a spatial ring? Considering you provided me with fire earlier. Keep the ring and what's inside, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you can only die." If Yifeng were to kill the Fire Girl now, she wouldn't drop a spatial ring, only the existing items in her hand. Hearing Yifeng's words, the Fire Girl's expression changed. This flame ring was a storage ring she had only recently acquired. All the supplies she had obtained were inside the flame ring. If she gave this flame ring to Yifeng, wouldn't all her efforts over such a long time be in vain? At this moment, a thought appeared in her mind. Why was the power gap between her and Yifeng so huge? Facing Yifeng, she had no ability to resist at all. 3, 2. Here you go. The Fire Girl thought for a moment, then handed the flame ring to Yifeng. If she died and then re-entered the pyramid, who knew how much time would be wasted? It was better for her to stay alive, kill mummies, gain more points, and if lucky, even get a treasure chest. Yifeng naturally didn't stand on ceremony, directly putting the D-grade flame ring into his mouth and eating it. He said with a smile, "Welcome to bring more advanced weapons to me next time. If you don't come to me, my snack supply chain will be missing a source. Now, you can leave here. Next time we meet, if you don't have any advanced items, I'll take your life." The flames on the Fire Girl's body rapidly diminished. When only a few faint flames remained, covering the Fire Girl, Yifeng released the Fire Girl's hand. Then Yifeng left the Fire Girl and approached the giant mummy next to them. After he arrived next to this giant mummy, in less than 10 seconds, he killed the C-grade giant mummy. Then he directly swallowed the several meter tall giant mummy in one bite. The contestants from the Cosmic Nation and the Sand Nation next to them were all shocked to witness this scene. Although they knew that the Dragon Nation contestant loved to eat, and ate everything, but they had never heard that the Dragon Nation contestant could swallow such a large mummy in one bite. If he were to swallow humans,
wouldn't it be one bite per person? Isn't this a bit too terrifying?
Especially for the steel god from the cosmic nation. When he saw Yifeng swallow the giant mummy in one gulp, the scene where his psychic hand was swallowed by the Taotai immediately appeared in his mind. This scared him so much that his face turned pale.
Just as he was distracted for a moment. Bang! The giant mummy's big fist descended from the sky.
One punch smashed the Cosmic Nation contestant into a meat patty.
Announcement. Cosmic Nation contestant Steel God has been killed. Universal Nation's nationwide life expectancy, 1 year. National luck, 10.
Yifeng didn't waste any time. Instead, he ran directly towards the giant mummy that had killed the Universal Nation contestant.
10 odd seconds later.
Ding, killed a C-rank giant mummy, gained plus 1,000 points. Yifeng looked around and noticed that Fire Girl had long since disappeared.
Fire Girl had some self-awareness. Seeing that she couldn't inflict damage on Yifeng, she didn't linger.
She wasn't necessarily intent on killing Yifeng, rather, she wanted revenge on him. Every time she and Yifeng met, she was left with practically nothing.
This was truly infuriating.
Next time, she wouldn't seek out Yifeng again until she had absolute confidence in defeating him. She simply couldn't believe that Yifeng's body was truly so indestructible.
Could no attack at all harm him? Yifeng's gaze fell on Iron Man.
He was attacking a golden shield that had coalesced around the pharaoh.
However, his cannon attacks couldn't break through this golden shield at all. So, he gave up.
Iron Man began to look at Yifeng and said,
"I'll kill you first. Pharaoh, you trap him. I'll attack."
The pharaoh, who was entangled with a C-rank giant mummy, heard Iron Man's words and didn't hesitate.
His body instantly transformed into sand, surrounding Yifeng.
Seeing this, Yifeng frowned slightly.
He actually has this ability? However, he didn't pay it much mind.
He completely disregarded the sand. He simply threw a punch towards the sand.
Bang! Just as he was about to hit the sand,
the sand directly dispersed.
Yifeng's attack missed.
The sand took the opportunity to get around Yifeng's legs, enveloping them. Yifeng said with interest, "Your ability is quite good."
"Unfortunately, for me, it's not very useful."
Then, Yifeng lifted his leg, and the sand scattered.
It had no effect on Yifeng whatsoever.
At this very moment,
several cannon shells flew over from the sky.
Yifeng didn't evade at all, allowing these shells to hit him.
Bang bang bang. After the explosion subsided, Yifeng continued to walk towards Iron Man, unharmed.
Yifeng said with a smile, "I wonder how powerful the Mark II Iron Man armor could be.
Turns out it's nothing special.
If you fly down now and place the Iron Man armor before me,
and then give it to me, I might spare your life."
Hearing Yifeng insult him like this, Iron Man immediately flew into a rage and said,
"Isn't it just that you're tough? How dare you be so arrogant? These cannons are not my strongest attack. Even if you can withstand these cannonballs, what good is that? This time, I won't give you a chance to touch me. You'll be a sitting duck on the ground."
Iron Man immediately aimed his body at Yifeng and fired a laser beam from his chest, attacking Yifeng. Seeing the laser beam, Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "I'd like to see how powerful your laser is." Last time, Yifeng still needed to use an attack skill to break through this laser attack.
But the situation is different now. Yifeng's improvement speed has been incredibly fast.
The laser beam hit him directly in the chest.
Aside from a slight sensation, there was nothing else. He walked towards Iron Man step by step.
Iron Man's expression changed when he saw this scene.
Yifeng's physical strength has already reached such a level? Even a laser beam can't harm him? It seems a more powerful attack is needed.
In that case, I won't kill Yifeng this time.
I'll get the golden mask first.
Thinking this, Iron Man retracted the laser and said, "I'll spare your life. Just you wait." Iron Man began to fly towards the golden mask.
He hadn't gone far.
From behind him, a very cold voice came.
I didn't say you could leave, did I?
Iron Man sensed the voice was very close to him, and his hairs immediately stood on end. He turned his head back in disbelief.
A look of extreme horror appeared on his face. Yifeng was actually floating in mid-air, standing behind him.
At this moment, one of Yifeng's hands was directly inserted into his chest. Iron Man's body went limp, hanging on Yifeng's arm just like that.
In less than a few seconds,
the human corpse inside the Iron Man armor had already vanished. Yifeng opened his mouth and swallowed the Iron Man armor. Devouring the Mark II Iron Man armor, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 1, Evolution points plus 30, Skill Metal Manipulation upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Skill Energy Core upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Announcement.
Dragon Kingdom contestant Shura killed Beautiful Country contestant Iron Man. Dragon Kingdom National Luck, plus 10. Beautiful Country National Luck, 10. Announcement. Dragon Kingdom National Luck is the first to reach 200. Reward for Dragon Kingdom, number of randomly awakened talents plus 10. Yifeng was stunned. There was actually a reward for National Luck reaching 200?
This was an unexpected surprise. In the real world, the Dragon Kingdom directly gained 10 more awakened individuals, which would definitely bring a huge impact to other countries.
This was a very good thing for the Dragon Kingdom. He wondered what talents these people would awaken.
Yifeng didn't dwell too much on matters in the real world he would find out once he got out. He began to focus his attention on the pharaoh and the golden mask. Currently, that golden mask was only about a meter away from the pharaoh's face. It probably wouldn't be long before the golden mask would fall onto the pharaoh's face. Yifeng was not in a hurry, instead planning to finish off all the surrounding C-rank giant mummies first. It would take no more than 10 seconds. He was counting on the corpses of these C-rank mummies to upgrade his partial gigantification skill. So, Yifeng looked at the last giant mummy. He walked straight towards it. The pharaoh, lying on the ground, saw that Yifeng was not coming directly towards him, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was genuinely a little worried that Yifeng would break the golden shield. That would mean big trouble for him. He could only greatly increase his strength once the golden mask was on his face. He began to quickly seize the time, allowing the golden mask to descend. At this moment, when this announcement appeared in the live stream, the entire world was in an uproar. Foreign netizens, especially those from Beautiful Country, couldn't help but complain. Holy crap, Dragon Kingdom actually got 10 awakening slots? Isn't that a bit too much? Iron Man is really falling short, isn't he? How many kills has he handed over to the Dragon Kingdom contestant already? It's one thing to die oneself, but to take so many people with them? I seriously suspect that Iron Man has been bought out by Dragon Nation, hasn't he? Change him, I strongly demand a change of player. I heard that a very powerful awakener has appeared in our country. His name is Captain Pretty Nation.
Let the captain go up instead.
The audience from Pyramid Nation were all staring at the live broadcast screen with great tension at this moment, fearing that Yifeng would directly kill the pharaoh. After all, Yifeng's power was already a well-known fact. In the Dragon Nation live broadcast room, it had long since boiled over. Yifeng is the GOAT, truly amazing. He's allowed our Dragon Nation to have 10 people capable of awakening their talents.
It would be even better if I could be one of them.
I don't ask for much, just give me a pair of X-ray eyes. I want a talent that can spray water, so I won't have to worry about drinking water every day.
How great would it be if I had a flying talent? Delivering packages would definitely be super fast.
At this moment, in Dragon Nation, in the National Destiny Bureau, Director Wang's hands were trembling with excitement after seeing this announcement. With the arrival of the National Destiny game, everyone knew the power and importance of a talent awakener. Other countries, so far, have at most 1 or 2 people who have awakened talents. But this time, Dragon Nation directly gained 10 more awakeners, instantly boosting Dragon Nation's international status by a large margin. He quickly said to his subordinates, "Quickly search for these awakeners nationwide. It is imperative to collect and protect the information of these awakeners. Those willing to serve the country can come directly to the National Destiny Bureau to work and receive key training. Those unwilling will not be forced. As long as they don't do anything illegal. Yes. This person had just left for less than 3 minutes. And immediately returned in a hurry. Before Director Wang could speak, this person excitedly said, "Good news! Among the soldiers, 2 have already awakened their talents. One of them awakened very quickly. The other is still in the process of awakening, and the commotion is a bit too big." Upon hearing this, Director Wang's face also showed a very happy expression, and he immediately said, "In other parts of Dragon Nation, people are also starting to awaken. At this time, Dragon Nation has become the focus of attention for all countries worldwide. The people these countries usually arranged have all begun to move out, gathering intelligence. Some even plan to send people to assassinate Dragon Nation's awakeners." On the plane, the director of the Hearthstone Kingdom's National Destiny Bureau, upon hearing this news, also had a very complicated expression. His country couldn't even properly handle 1 awakened, while Dragon Kingdom already had 10 more awakened. Because of this, he was slightly relieved. He hoped this trip to Dragon Kingdom would resolve her problem. Now he could be 100% sure that she was indeed awakening a talent. But awakening a talent is not an easy task. Some people might complete the awakening quickly, while others might encounter some trouble. There's even a chance they could lose their lives because of it. He was also pondering what price they would have to pay for Dragon Kingdom to intervene. Their country wasn't very large to begin with, and having an awakened appear was a rare thing. No matter what, she had to successfully awaken. What's more, she was also the Fire Girl's twin sister, making it even more imperative that she not die. At this moment, Yifeng had no idea of the huge impact the reward he received had on the entire world. He had just swallowed the last C-grade giant mummy. Devour C-grade giant mummy, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, evolution points plus 100, skill partial gigantification upgraded, LV1 to LV2. Upon seeing this prompt, a satisfied smile appeared on Yifeng's face. The harvest this time was truly abundant. He then wasted no more time and went directly to Pharaoh. Around Pharaoh, there was a golden energy shield radiating from the golden mask, protecting him. Iron Man's previous bombardment hadn't managed to destroy the energy shield. This indicated one thing: the defense of this energy shield was very tough. After all, this golden mask was an S-grade item. Yifeng looked at the Pharaoh inside and said with a smile, "Now, if you get up and hand me the golden mask, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to use force." Pharaoh looked at the golden mask, which was less than 10 centimeters away from his face, and said with a smile, "We'll talk after you break through the energy shield. It won't take long before I let you know how powerful a pharaoh wearing the golden mask can be." Yifeng looked at the energy shield in front of him and punched it directly. Bang! The energy shield fluctuated slightly but did not break. After seeing this, Pharaoh smiled and said, "Just wait for me to get the golden mask and then kill you, ahaha." The audience from the Pyramid Kingdom, seeing this scene, also started to become happy. Is this the contestant from Dragon Kingdom? He's nothing special. He wants to snatch Pharaoh's golden mask with just this? I think the Dragon Kingdom contestant is indeed a bit too arrogant, making it seem like he's the most powerful one among all the National Destiny contestants. Just wait to be killed by Pharaoh. After Pharaoh obtains the S-rank golden mask, his strength will definitely skyrocket. This time, our pyramid country will surely get first place in the mission ranking. The Dragon Country audience is no longer as excited at this moment. Yifeng has already won so many rewards for our Dragon Country, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't get the S-rank golden mask. His points have already reached over 7,000, so he shouldn't be surpassed. I think Yifeng should leave this place quickly now. There's no need to fight Pharaoh from the Pyramid Country. As long as the green hills are there, there will be no shortage of firewood. What a pity, I still wanted to see Yifeng eat the golden mask, but it seems there's no hope for that.
However, I am also satisfied.
Just as these spectators thought Yifeng was about to give up his attack. At this moment, the golden mask was also about to land on Pharaoh's face.
The next scene that unfolded instantly left all the spectators present dumbfounded.
Their faces revealed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. They saw Yifeng suddenly raise his right hand. Then his right hand suddenly grew many times larger. On top of that, an even larger energy palm print appeared.
Thus, a giant palm print, over a meter long, slammed towards the energy shield. Crack!
The energy shield shattered. The huge palm print continued forward.
Bang! It slapped directly onto Pharaoh's body. Announcement:
Dragon Country contestant Shura has killed Pyramid Country contestant Pharaoh.
Dragon Country luck, plus 10. Pyramid Country luck, 10.
Inside the live broadcast room, there was a rare moment of utter silence, with no comments whatsoever. This scene was truly shocking. As time passed, everyone slowly recovered.
Yifeng, you still say you don't know martial arts? This skill looks exactly like the legendary Tathagata Divine Palm, doesn't it? I wonder if this kind of skill can be taught to others.
I hope Yifeng can teach us a few moves when he returns to the real world.
I knew this flimsy energy shield couldn't possibly block my brother Yi. Sure enough, brother Yi was just warming up a moment ago. Once brother Yi makes a move, there's nothing left.
In the Pyramid Country's live broadcast room, all the viewers had fallen silent, no longer speaking. They had nothing to say at this moment either. Yifeng looked at the golden mask floating in front of him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Honestly, the combination of localized gigantification and the rift claw is incredibly effective.
Encounter any monster, and just slap it to death.
Unfortunately, for now, it can only grow partially.
Wouldn't it be awesome if he could grow his entire body? What kind of food would one need to eat to gain such an ability? Ultraman? Or the Hulk?
Yifeng didn't ponder it further and began to focus his attention on the golden mask.
Golden mask. Rank, S rank.
Description: this is a truly magical golden mask with mysterious functions. It can enhance the wearer's mental power, allow them to issue commands to mummies, prevent others from prying into them, and modify and strengthen their body, giving them powerful vitality.
Note: only mummies can unleash the golden mask's maximum effect. Yifeng only lingered on the S-rank golden mask for no more than 5 seconds.
Then he put the golden mask into his mouth. This kind of high-grade item takes a while to digest.
3 minutes later. It was truly exhilarating. Mental sensing is quite similar to the divine sense described in some novels. Even with his eyes closed, Yifeng could clearly perceive his surroundings using his mental sensing ability. This was extremely important for him, operating at night.
This time's harvest was really good.
The next period would be a time of frantic hunting. Yifeng's points were skyrocketing.
3 hours later, Yifeng's personal points finally reached 10,000. Mainly because finding mummies took some time.
After resting for a short while,
he plunged back into the killing. He wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to improve himself. At this time, outside the pyramid, there were still many National Destiny contestants on their way.
Time passed quickly. It was already dawn.
Yifeng had already killed all the fire mummies he could find on the second floor of the pyramid. His points also reached an astonishing 30,000 plus. Some viewers in the livestream were already shocked by Yifeng's actions.
Isn't Yifeng a bit too fierce? He actually killed mummies for over 10 hours straight? Doesn't he need to rest? Is that for real? I've already woken up, and Yifeng is still killing? Is he even human?
Even machines need to rest. I stayed up all night watching, but I really can't keep going.
I'm going to sleep first.
Upon arriving at the first floor of the pyramid,
Yifeng didn't rest, he immediately continued to kill the mummies. He was incredibly energetic now. Much more energetic than those spiritual young men in reality.
So far, the second place individual's points are only barely over 3,000. In the real world, In Dragon Kingdom's National Destiny Bureau, 5 awakened talents have already been discovered. These individuals have all joined the National Destiny Bureau to work. Some have already gone out to use their talents to search for oil fields and gold mines.
Just then, at an airport,
a plane from the Furnace Nation landed. The director of the Furnace Nation had successfully arrived.
He didn't want to attract attention. This trip was very low-key.
Soon, he met with Director Wang of the Dragon Nation's National Destiny Bureau in a relatively secluded place.
In a room,
in everyone's line of sight lay a woman whose body was already covered with quite a lot of ice. Director Wang felt a chill at that moment. He had already learned from the director of the Fire Nation Bureau about the purpose of their visit.
Director Wang got straight to the point.
I'm not entirely clear on the specific situation. However, after I told the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing about the situation here,
he's quite interested in this person. He's already on his way. You should also know that we can't solve this problem for free. The most crucial thing is that in the National Destiny game,
the relationship between Huan Nu and our country's player isn't very good. The director of the Fire Nation Bureau, hearing Director Wang say this, was not surprised, as he had also been watching the National Destiny game livestream. He quickly said, "This woman is Huan Nu's twin sister. They have a very good relationship. If you can save Huan Nu's sister, we can cooperate with you. Let Huan Nu and Yi Feng cooperate. And if her sister can also enter the National Destiny game, she will continue to cooperate with you as well. Also, regarding some of the resources obtained by our country's player that appear in the real world, I am willing to offer a portion of them to you. As long as she can be saved." Director Wang frowned slightly, lost in thought. He hadn't expected the director of the Fire Nation Bureau to attach such importance to this woman. It seems this matter is more serious than he had imagined. He said, "Let's discuss it again after the medical sage arrives." In less than an hour, the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing had already arrived. Upon seeing the woman, his expression immediately changed.
There's actually someone with this kind of physique?
But luckily, he arrived in time. If it had been any later, once her body was completely frozen, even I would have been powerless. The director of the Fire Nation Bureau, hearing Zhang Zhongjing say this, showed a very excited expression and quickly said, "I earnestly request the medical sage to lend a helping hand." Zhang Zhongjing merely nodded, saying nothing more clearly. He wasn't very interested in the director of the Fire Nation Bureau. This time, he might even gain some benefits from this woman. The ice on her body isn't just ordinary ice. It's a very good medicinal herb for refining elixirs. His actions weren't in vain. Moreover, Director Wang had already told him some things. He slowly began to speak. "Without further ado, I will begin now. You can observe from here. But keep your distance, and there must be no disturbance whatsoever. Otherwise, you're on your own, Director Wang." Medical Saint Zhang Zhongjing pulled out a toolkit from his pocket. Inside were 9 golden needles. At this moment, Yi Feng was on a killing spree. As time passed, his personal score had already reached over 40,000 points. The other National Fortune contestants were utterly despairing at this sight. Damn, is the Dragon Kingdom contestant even human? He's already got 40,000 points and is still constantly killing mummies. How are we supposed to play? Originally, I thought getting a few hundred points was enough. Now that I see the Dragon Kingdom contestant's score, I've lost all hope. I want to report the Dragon Kingdom contestant for cheating. How can one person become so powerful? I seriously suspect the Dragon Kingdom contestant came in with a cheat. And the contestants in the same pyramid as Yi Feng were all trembling with fear at this moment. Upon seeing Yi Feng, they immediately took off running. While searching the first floor of the pyramid, Yi Feng naturally encountered many contestants from other countries. However, he did not actively kill these contestants. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If he encountered the few people who had previously ganged up to attack Yi Feng, he certainly wouldn't hold back. This made these people afraid to even enter the pyramid. They were now terrified of encountering Yi Feng.
As time progressed, there was only 1 hour left until the pyramid exploration mission was completely over. Yifeng glanced at his personal score. He found a spot he was very satisfied with and settled down. He wasn't planning on killing mummies anymore. So, he just lay down on the ground and slept. Killing wild mummies for nearly 20 straight hours was a bit much even for him. Damn, Yifeng finally decided to rest. I was really worried he might suddenly die. Working for 20 hours straight, even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare work like that. Capitalists would cry just looking at it. Everyone else does 996, but Yifeng went straight for 987. Working from 9 a.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, for 7 consecutive days. Suddenly, I felt that I should probably stop playing the National Fortune game with Yifeng. The pressure was really too great. I can't just be chilling while Yifeng is working, can I? At this point, these viewers can also relax and just wait for the rankings to be announced. Dragon Country being in first place, that's already a foregone conclusion. Without any dispute. Meanwhile, within Dragon Country. Inside a room, the temperature had dropped to below zero. The two directors of the National Fortune Bureau were trembling at this moment. After all, it was still summer. Their clothes were relatively thin. Fortunately, this situation wasn't constant. Instead, the temperature suddenly dropped within that 1 minute. Just at this moment, the 9 golden needles on the woman's body emitted a golden glow. A wave of cold air spread out from the woman's body. A part of it moved towards the two directors of the National Fortune Bureau. Director Wang didn't react too much, but the director of Furnace Country felt a bit nervous. After all, they were ordinary people, and if they were hit by the visible cold air, the consequences would likely be unimaginable. Just as the cold air was still 1 meter away from them, a golden energy wall appeared, blocking the cold air. This greatly startled the director of Furnace Country, and then he followed his gaze to see where this energy wall had just flowed out from. It was from the black-clothed person next to them. At first, he had thought this was just an ordinary person serving as Director Wang's bodyguard. Now, he understood that this person was actually an awakened. This brought him great shock. Dragon Country is truly too powerful. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his contemplation. All right. It's still considered a success. She'll wake up before long. Her awakening is an SS level talent, but her body was a bit too weak, almost not making it through. Now she can already control some ice abilities. Her future achievements are limitless. Upon hearing this, the director of Furnace Country realized that not only was Huan Nu's sister well, but she had also awakened an SS level talent. Wasn't this even more powerful than the medical saint's S level talent? He immediately became excited. It seemed their Furnace Country was saved. With their twin sisters, they could definitely bring great benefits to Furnace Country in the National Fortune game. He knelt down excitedly and said, "Thank you for saving my life. From now on, you and Dragon Country will forever be friends with our Hearth Country. In the future, if we obtain anything good, we will definitely send it to you as a reward." The medical sage smiled and said, "Those are all matters for later. You don't need to be so polite. Of course, the person you should thank is not me, but Yifeng of our Dragon Country. I won't say more. I still have use for these ice blocks, so I'll take them with me. You two can talk here. I still have my own things to attend to." After Zhang Zhongjing finished speaking, he took the several ice blocks in front of him, which emitted an extremely cold aura, and left. A person with an SS level talent was not enough to garner his attention. It was just that this person's awakened physique was somewhat special. After he left, the two directors of the National Fate Bureau began to communicate. The director of Hearth Country did not stay here for too long. He took her back to Hearth Country. He was quite satisfied with this operation. Cooperating with a very powerful country like Dragon Country would bring considerable benefits. Fortunately, the relationship between their Hearth Country and Dragon Country had been quite good before. Otherwise, even if he offered more, it might not be enough to get Dragon Country to help.
If they encountered certain countries, they might even directly kill her.
Time flew by. An hour passed just like that. An announcement woke Yifeng from his sleep. Announcement. The pyramid exploration mission has ended. Rankings are now being announced.
Rank, country name, title, personal points, personal reward, national reward. First place, Dragon Country, Azura points, 1 bottle of SS grade undying golden elixir, 3 pyramids randomly appear within Dragon Country. Second place, Mechanical Country, Terminator points, B grade liquid metal, 3 robots randomly appear within Mechanical Country. Third place, Hearth Country, Fire Maiden points, B grade fire wings, 1 large fire copper mine randomly appears within Hearth Country. 38th place, Beautiful Country, Iron Man points, 1 mech draw card, 1 Iron Man armor randomly appears within Beautiful Country. 69th place, Sakura Country, Ninja, 100 points, 1 character swap card, 10 nuclear radiation trees. 182nd place, Universe Country, Stealing God, 10 points, gloves, 10 E-grade mummies randomly appear within Universe Country. 200th place, Great Bear Country, Great Bear, 40 points, bees, 1000 E-grade mummies randomly appear within Great Bear Country. When this ranking was released, it brought immense shock to everyone in the world. Immediately, it caused a massive upheaval globally.
At this moment, monsters descending into the real world. Fear, panic, riots began to appear in some countries.
Especially those countries where mummies appeared.
E-class mummies cannot be killed by ordinary bullets, let alone ordinary swords.
If anyone encounters an E-class mummy, there is only a dead end. In some cities of these countries, magnified riots began to occur.
Ah, don't kill me. Isn't this mummy supposed to be in the national fortune game? How did it suddenly appear in the real world? All my handgun bullets are gone, and I can't kill this mummy. Can anyone save me?
On the highway, if one car breaks down, other drivers will suffer as well. After all, you're driving along, and suddenly a mummy pops up in front of you, few people can continue driving normally. A mummy came up to a car and punched a hole through its window. Then it began to violently smash, scratch, and gnaw at the driver. The scene instantly became incredibly bloody and chaotic.
This kind of scene is happening in many countries around the world. This is even more frightening than directly causing a certain number of deaths in a country. The impact these monsters can cause is immeasurable. Thankfully, mummies haven't appeared in our country. I wonder if these mummies will travel abroad.
If they can still go abroad, that would truly be terrible.
I wonder if the white cloth on these mummies really has beauty-enhancing effects. The international situation suddenly became very tense. National Fortune Game website.
Beautiful Country, National Fortune Bureau, Director Trustworthy immediately released a message. Our beautiful country has decided to send Captain Beautiful Country to the Cosmic Country to help them deal with these mummies. However, countries that cooperate with our beautiful country will receive aid from us. Meanwhile, in reality, Director Trustworthy said to the people around him, "Bring back all the killed mummy corpses for research."
Yes.
Compared to the pessimism in other countries, the audience in Dragon Country wasn't overly worried or scared. Firstly, Dragon Country's contestant Yifeng is so powerful that he has already killed nearly 10,000 mummies.
They were almost numb to it.
Moreover, there are already 10 registered awakened individuals within Dragon Country.
And an S-class medical sage. There is absolutely nothing to worry about.
At this moment, they all began to discuss Yifeng receiving his rewards. The S-rank medicine Yifeng obtained, the Undying Golden Elixir.
Just hearing the name, it sounds incredibly powerful. I wonder what its effects will be.
However, compared to the Undying Golden Elixir, I'm more concerned about the 3 pyramids that have appeared in the real world.
What's going on here? There won't be mummies inside the pyramids, will there? If there really are mummies inside the pyramids, whatever you do, don't let them out. Has anyone discovered the location of the pyramids? Can you share it? I'm incredibly curious about the pyramids.
In Long Country, at the National Destiny Bureau, Director Wang immediately felt some pressure from this change. This was just as he had worried before. The National Destiny game can not only bring resources to the real world but also dangers and monsters. The distribution speed of the body tempering potion needs to be accelerated.